All right, good morning. Can't get started without my coffee. All right. Let's see what we got going. Chip stocks are up, a lot of chips. And that's the opening bell. We are open. Okay, first 15 minutes, I'm just taking a look at any profits that I might want to take off the table. Oh, let's see, looking pretty good. What's Intel doing? Intel chopping around. We got Amazon up, Apple taking dropping a little bit. Nvidia back up. Nvidia's back up. Taiwan Semi, looking for that to run up today. Taiwan Semi, let's see if we can get a bid in Taiwan Semi, get back up to last week's highs. Morning, if you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, June the 8th. June the 9th, sorry. June the 8th still on my mind. My son's 16 as of yesterday. We had a good time, in case you're interested. If you're not, New York Fangs look okay. They're mixed at the moment. S&P, let's see. Let's see what the S&P wants to do here. Okay. Daily. 60 minutes still down there. Let's look at Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi looking to do something with Taiwan Semi. There goes Nvidia. Taiwan Semi back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame. You know how I use that. If you don't, you want to be long above a rising 20 EMA, short below or out of a position. Watching for stops. Right now we're back above the 20 EMA. Taiwan Semi moving above the 20 EMA. Chips. Looks like chips again today so far. Okay, what is CBRX doing? CBRX. Okay, a little dip there. Okay, I'm going to buy a little bit on the dip. A limit order. Limit. Okay. I'll take this down one more shot. All right. Okay. Let's see. Futures are starting to rise. That's a good sign. SPY. I didn't get back into calls or anything. I don't have a position right now in the SPY or the S&P. Let's look at hedge flows, of course. Get an idea of what we could be looking at. All right. Net open interest. You can see the major spike at the major levels at 7,500 and 7,400 again. Okay, these major levels are what I'm interested in. Okay, let me pull this back in a little bit. Okay. Okay. So S&P 500, we'll watch that for a minute, and I'll just talk about everything else. Apple just pulled back. There goes Amazon and Google. All right, so those two looking good, Amazon and Google. Google. Okay, I'm going to kill your eyes here. There goes Google. All right, Google back above the 20 EMA 60-minute. Okay, Google, we got above the 20 EMA. All right, we got a higher low. Good bullish setup. Stop under 363. Okay, Google looking good. It is early. Tesla also was up this morning. Tesla, same thing. All right, so it looks good. Okay. All right, market's looking okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a temperature. Let's take the market's temperature. We are 366 stocks advancing. Very good breath. 366 stocks advancing. That's looking good. NIMO back up through zero. Okay, NIMO back through zero. Breadth is good. Breadth is bullish. We're at 366 out of 500. Rising. And NIMO. Back above zero. So it looks good so far. Okay. Coffee's good. All right, futures are rising. Keeping an eye on the futures and hedge flows. We want hedge flows to trend today. 7,500. 7,500 is resistance. Okay. You know what? Let me put it on. Okay. If you look at non-zero day, there's a pretty big level. Okay. Net open interest. If you look at zero day, you can see there's hardly anything on the board here. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Interesting. All right, so it'll be easy to spot when the non-zero day we start to get some trades. Okay. Non-zero. Okay, so let me get 0 day. Non-zero day. Did that not show up? Okay, no, it didn't. All right, so let me go to non-zero day. Same as yesterday. Same as yesterday. Okay, 7,400, 7,500. $7,400, $7,500 range. All right. So Apple is off a little bit today, and Amazon and Google are bolting higher. Okay. That's the way you're going to play it. 383 stocks advancing. 390 stocks advancing. All right, so we got stocks being bought up this morning. Okay, CBRX is down to 21 right now. All right, I bought some on the dip here. See if this dips anymore. Taiwan Semi still hanging out at the highs here. Taiwan Semi. Let's see. Google. All right, Google, Amazon. Okay, Tesla. Top of the NASDAQ 100, LRCX. LRCX, Applied Materials. All right, Applied Materials breaking out to new highs. KLAC, that was active yesterday as well. CLAC, KLAC, these are all breaking out. Shopify, continuation. Shopify, looks good. DoorDash is up on the list. DoorDash, trying to move here. Okay, Micron, ASML, these are all up today. ASML, wow, look at this. It's like the one finger salute to one finger salute to the markets at the moment. What happened on Friday? Knee jerk. At least that's what price action is saying at the moment. Okay. We're coming back to the 21 day. Okay. 9 EMA is making a sharp U-turn right in the middle of the street. Right in the middle of Hollywood Boulevard, making a U-turn, the 9 EMA. Okay. New York FANG components. All right, this looks pretty good. New York FANG, 2 days up. Okay, look for resistance overhead. You know, got all of Friday's price action to recoup if we can. There's a lot of people sold there, right? People are buying the dip. Okay, if you're buying the dip, you should be looking at a couple of things. Number one, you should be looking at your 60-minute, see how that's setting up. Then look at your 1 minute, buy oversold conditions, sell into strength. Okay, let's see what else is working here. The mid caps. All right, let's look at big caps. Big caps, Smucker's breaking out. Was it Amphenol? Amphenol. That looks pretty nice. Big range, Amphenol. Weekly time frame. All right, so big run up, consolidation. When this does break out, I'm probably going to set an alert for around 155. This breaks above 155. That's probably going to keep going. Trend, consolidate. It's been a long consolidation for about 8 months now. No idea what that is. No idea. I'm probably going to have to replace my mixer and all my cords because I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I'm not an audio engineer like some of you. I know a couple of people in the room are audio specialists. I'm not. I just buy it, plug it in, and use it. One of those kind of people when it comes to audio. Kind of like my wife, when she gets in the car, she never looks at the tires or anything. She just gets in, turns the key, and leaves. She could be riding on a flat. She wouldn't even know it. Not to be disparaging my wife, but that happened recently. She calls me up down the street. I got a flat. I said, no kidding. I'm in the broadcast. I literally, it was like, 30 minutes down the road. So I had to call, what is it? Roadside assistance for her car. It's so funny. Oh, man. All right. So we continue to see strength in the futures. Breadth is really impressive this morning. Breadth. Okay. If you're going to go long and you got everything moving higher at the same time, you got 390 plus stocks advancing. All right. They just dropped off 20. 20 stocks just dropped. We're 375 right now. Breadth looks good. Across the board, big caps, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ. Okay. Okay. So what are you guys looking at? IWM. So IWM, Corey's telling me IWM is up, I assume. Yeah. Okay. So the 10 year's got to be down, right? That's the first thing I would check. What's the 10-year doing? Does it look like the 10-year can trend lower? Okay. Can it trend lower this morning, or is this just yeah, it looks like it's trending, right? So we'll go to the 5-minute. Might roll over. If it starts to roll over, that's good for IWM. So keep two charts open, TNX and IWM, if you're going to trade it. Okay, the futures continue to ramp here. Okay, so what I told you yesterday still holds. I am reducing my exposure. I still want to be exposed to the markets, but yeah, I bought some Bitcoin related stuff yesterday. I bid yesterday. It's going to be interesting to see. I think the market is anticipating potentially, some hawkish rhetoric like we saw in his confirmation hearings. But I think Sunday, Monday reversal. Bitcoin. These first press conferences, been a little bit rough and have yeah. So Bitcoin reversed on Sunday. Trades 24/7, 365. All right, so Bitcoin, BTC, USD. Bitcoin did reverse on Sunday. Let's see if it follows through now. Now, let me see what you got going here. Make sure I don't misunderstand. You're in calls. Okay, cool. All right, looking for a bounce, a higher low in Bitcoin, and a move higher. Amazon. Okay, 3-candle reversal. There's a couple of things. Microsoft, we're looking for a 3-candle reversal on Microsoft. Okay, so yesterday we had this doji spinning top. Now we're looking for a very large reversal, hopefully. In Microsoft, there was a couple of big trades that we saw. A number of you noted the same, Grover, etc. SPY. Okay, 60-minute. SPY is moving back above his 20 EMA on the 60-minute. That's good, along with breadth. Let's see what junk bonds are saying. If junk bonds can rally with us, that would be good. All right, junk bonds are rallying. And small caps, those are up along with biotech. So biotech's higher. Let's see what biotechs are doing. Biotechs. Okay, biotechs. Okay, that looks good. Biotechs, IWM, Bitcoin, junk bonds. All of these are pointing to a bullish mark. Wow, there goes the S&P. S&P looking good.
The leading contender for the Democratic nomination to challenge incumbent Republican Susan Collins, but a string of revelations about his behavior may tank his chances.
I can't stand politics, and Bloomberg just can't help themselves at times. All right, let me just switch channels here. Hold on a second. It really makes me want to throw up in my mouth sometimes. I mean, politics are so evil, both sides. You know, your side did it. No, your side did it. You lose friendships over it. It's not worth it. And then you got the activists who are really out of their minds. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Giving my thoughts about politics, whether you like it or not. Sorry about that. Don't mean to be talking and going on. There you go. So S&P looking good. Futures are looking good. I wouldn't be buying up here at the high. Obviously, 7,500 is the level that we're watching. Non-zero day, 0 day. Okay. Okay, we were through a little bit of resistance here. Non-zero day, 0 day. Okay, these are only 90. There's really not a whole lot of people trading here this morning so far. It's pretty interesting. Maybe we'll see something in the next 20 minutes or so. All right, so looks good. Futures looking good. All right, so let me see if there's anything I want to take off the table. Broadcom. Okay, I don't know if any of you in the room have Broadcom, the Iron Condor from earnings last week, but I plan on taking off the put side. Call side's going to evaporate on its own this Friday, June the 12th. Yeah, so the calls are fine. Those are up, doing well. What's Walmart doing? Walmart's down a little bit today. All right, so we might be seeing some rotation or some of those consumer staple stocks that were up quite a bit. Maybe some money comes out of these and goes into, whether it's Smucker's. Smucker's is consumer staples. Goes back into some of these wrecked techs. Okay, LRCX, CLAC, all of these moving higher. Applied Materials, Carvana. Well, that's one I'm interested. My son wants a car now. He's 16. He wants his own car. I'm debating whether or not to buy it for him because he wants to buy it himself using some of his money that he's accumulated over the last few years trading. I keep thinking, just let him keep the money in his account. I don't want to spoil him, though, I don't know. Debate. Anyway, Carvana, that popped into my head yesterday. Carvana and CarMax. Okay, these retail used car sales. Okay, Microsoft turning back up. All right, so Microsoft, we're looking for a 3-candle reversal. All right, so technically we shouldn't see a new low, but that's okay. If we get a bullish engulfing candle today, that would be good for Microsoft. At the 50-day, it's desperately needed because I'm about to pull the plug on this one. Bought a few more Microsoft yesterday. Okay, what's CP? All right, CBRX is starting to turn. I'm about to maybe add a little bit more if it starts to rise. what else is going on? We've got LRCX, Clack, Applied Materials, DoorDash. What is that? INSM. What's INSM? Is that that's a semi? That's a INSM. That's a biotech, right? Insmed or something like that. Yeah, Insmed. All right, so that's turning off the low three. This is what I like to see Microsoft do. Big bearish day, doji, bullish day, but not the case. We made a new low, so I'm watching Microsoft. Not to harp on Microsoft, but I'd like to see this bounce at the 50-day. Okay, Google remained above the 50-day. A lot of people were upset about, the secondary, thinking that the markets are going to drop. That people are going to not like the secondary idea. $80 billion worth. That's the largest secondary I think I've ever heard of. But, take your feelings or your thoughts and juxtapose it with price action. Are they selling? Doesn't look like it to me. For those of you holding Google and were concerned about that secondary, I think the measure of faith came with Berkshire Hathaway buying part of that secondary. They were offered it. They actually, Google management went to Berkshire and said, "Do you want to buy in?" And of course, like Goldman Sachs back in 2007, 2008, during the financial crisis, they came to Warren Buffett. Goldman Sachs went to Warren Buffett for liquidity. He's got like what? I don't know what it is now, $500 billion in cash, something ridiculous like that. So, back in 2007, they went to Goldman Sachs. And what happened? The market started to rise right after that because the markets said, okay, if the Oracle of Omaha is going to see value here, let's hold on, right? Let's get into this. Same thing with Google last week. Google announced an $80 billion secondary, right? So Warren and Berkshire management negotiates a discounted entry, I guess. I don't know what they got their shares for, but they have preferred shares, I would imagine. And the market saw that. So it didn't drop below the 50-day. So I really I'm getting a 10-minute conversation to tell you I like Google. RSI rising, MACD stochastics turning. Okay, once the momentum starts to shift, you'll see that this selling here will probably be offset by buyers coming in. So that's what we're watching for now, volume. Could still be wrong, and this could still drop below the 50-day, in which case the vote is negative. I think the vote's going to be positive. All right, futures are starting to pull back a little bit. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, June the 9th. Okay, watching. Okay, here goes CBRX. All right, I'm going to buy some more CBRX. I bought some on the dip here. CBRX. Okay, bought some more. Let's see what this does here. CBRX. Do I have a symbol for it yet? Yeah, okay, here we go. CBRS, CBRX, CBRS. The main stock. All right, starting to turn. Okay, so let's look at the 60-minute. All right, so if you're thinking about going long anything, the strategy I use is, okay, let's look at the daily. Okay, daily, obviously yesterday, if you saw this, you would have said, oh, we're in the middle of a reversal. And then, excuse me. That's what I get for talking too much, as Mondo said so eloquently. How do you manage to talk so much? All right, so we're looking for this 20 EMA to hold, right? So if this does hold and start the reverse, this would be exactly what I'm looking for. A trend down over the preceding IPO weeks, right? Trend down where you get major investors to come in and start buying, putting in a floor. Price moves back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. We just retested it. Okay, you don't need to jump back in as early as I did, but I'm going to scale in, so I do it a little differently. Instead of buying 1,000 shares on a dip, I would buy like 100 shares on a dip or 50 shares. If it bounces and starts to move higher, I got a good entry, and I'll start to add. You can see it's starting to move now. RSI is oversold. So you stack these oversold reversal setups daily, 60-minute, 1 or 3 or 5 minute. You can go to a 3-minute. Okay, you can do that too. Just stick with the time frame that you're using to trade. Okay, what's Coinbase doing? So CBRS looks good. Coinbase also looking good. Nice bounce. Somebody bought the dip. Also in the trading room. It was a pretty big trade from what I understand this morning. Okay, Nvidia did pull back a little bit. Nvidia. Amazon, Google off the highs. Microsoft's trying to hold. So is Meta. Tesla pulling back a little bit, along with Broadcom. Intel also pulling back a little bit. So a little profit taking. Market's really odd. We're going to get another doji day. All right, junk bonds look good, though. Junk bonds look okay. Okay, what's breath? Got to keep checking this. All right, breath is back to 395, almost 400 stocks advancing. Okay, so with the positive gamma state, all this purple, we're looking for dips to get bought. You can see hedge flows has dropped off. Okay, we'll wait for that hedge flow line to turn back up for S&P. Nice little run up from the open. All right, CBRS is starting to go a little bit more, so I'm going to scale in a little more. Okay. Okay, Nike with a reversal off the low, Nike. All right, so double bottom, a little bit higher low on the right. Nike looks like a pretty good setup. You can put a stop underneath yesterday's low. Nike. Let's see. What are you trading there? Let's see. I might buy TSSL. Tesla. Tesla. Looks like they're still dealing with liquidity right here. All right, looks like they're dealing with liquidity right now. Ursel. Am I pronouncing that right? Ursel? Ursel? Is it Ursel? The latter or the former? It's a cool name. Let's see. Tesla. Okay, looks like Tesla. Okay. TSLA. Okay, there we go. You see how it's just kind of chopping around here? We hit the 200-day. It was a big day yesterday. So people are probably contemplating taking some profits this morning. Huh. Nah, too much car. I know you're being sarcastic. Yeah, it looks good. Coinbase looks good. Yeah, Tesla, I would say, wait for it to break. If it breaks above, let's see, TSLL. Okay, put an alert. TSLL. Okay, so if it breaks above 1435, okay, I would set an alert for a break above 1440 to 1450. Airlines are running. Okay, airline. Let's look at what we did notice. Thank you, David. What we did notice is hotels were starting to move. Okay, here's hotels. David telling me airlines are moving. So here's Marriott, Hilton. Sorry, Hilton, HLT, Hyatt, Host Hotels. Host is on the watch list. Host Hotels. What do we say? Hyatt. Okay. Delta. Okay, that's a nice little reversal. Delta, a little flag and a pop. Okay, oil and crude oil should come down, so this should be good for the airlines. All right, UAL, Delta. All right, I like Delta the best. Yeah, I like Delta the best. Less controversy, right? Less controversy. There's no save anymore. There's Southwest, right? SUV. JetBlue, JBLU. Okay, I'm going to take a shot at Delta. I'm not crazy about airlines, but I'll take a shot at Delta. Delta. Let me just look at the 1 minute Delta. All right, so here is JetBlue. Let's see. Delta, DAL, Delta. Okay, that's holding up very well. A little bit overbought. Looks like it's going to slide a little bit. UAL, Alaska Airlines. Hardly anything on Alaska. Let's see, Hawaiian Airlines. Let's see, what's Hawaiian Airlines? Hawaii. Did they get bought by Alaska? I think they got bought by Alaska, right? Yeah, I believe Hawaiian Airlines got bought by Alaska Airlines, right? Pretty sure that's the case. Allegiant, ALGT. Allegiant Airlines, little thinly traded Allegiant. And Ryanair, RYAAY. I know they always have a weird symbol. Ryanair. Okay, so Delta looks the best. Okay, what's the average true range is $2.60, $2.50. It's already up $3.28. So you need to wait for this BNC pivot. Okay, wait for a BNC pivot. Unless it's an expansion day. It could be an expansion day where Delta doesn't obey the rules of what we look for in average true range. This just tells you what's the average day. That kind of measure, you have a yardstick to look at. Are you overpaying for a stock, right? So you're bullish, but do you want to buy the high of the day? Not really, right? So you're looking for an edge, basically. This could keep going. So alternatively, if this turns out to be an expansion day and you miss it, you could scale in. So you could scale in. Instead of buying 10 calls, maybe you buy 2. And let me see what the implied vol Vega Gamma looks like on this, going out a little ways. You know what? Let me check one other thing here. Let's look at, these are probably pretty inexpensive. Okay, let's go to airlines. Okay, where's the airlines? Airlines. Okay, UAL is pretty cheap. Delta's getting expensive. FedEx, you could use FedEx too as a barometer. LUV, 28%, 52% IV. Let me see which. Let me just turn this on real quick. 10 days. LUV. I find that confusing. I don't know how Brett can see this. Maybe I'll go to 5 days. Let's go to 5 days. 5 days. It's a little bit easier. All right. So you can see Alaska was over here, went left, 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 and then went right. So that it's reflecting the people buying calls. UAL was way over here. UAL was way over here on the right. Went all the way to the left. Okay, I might buy some UAL. Let's see. Delta's over there already. UAL. Okay, there goes Delta. Shoot. Delta. Looking good. Delta. Looks like an expansion day on Delta. There's no January. I don't see any options trading either. June 17, 27. January. Not a whole lot of trades. We got some trades here at 82.50 for January. You want to make sure, if you're going to buy options, you want to make sure you have plenty of open interest to trade against. What did you buy? You bought, all right, you bought Friday's calls on June, coin. All right, that looks good. Coin, $6 million trade on Coinbase. On the call side, the June 17th calls, the 200 strike call for Coinbase, $6.5 million trading on that. IWM, we had a pretty big trade, 290. The 290 strike for August 21st. Calls, 2.9 million on IWM. The 290s for August, 3,000 of those. All right, here I am yapping away. I didn't realize I had closed that screen. Sorry about that. TSLL. See, TSLL pulled back. So, okay. So what I was talking about was we see a $2.7 million trade on the June 15th, 210 calls for NVIDIA, IWM. We got the 290 strike for August. That gives you plenty of time. Small caps, a $3 million trade, 2.9 million, 3,000 of the 290 strike call for August. It gives them plenty of time. IWM 290. Yeah, 290 is right there. We just got rejected. Okay, so you look for that B and C. Now, this is actually going to be a good setup for IWM. Pulling back. Market's pulling back right now. Okay, most stocks are pulling back. Okay. Delta, let's see. I like this idea with IWM as it pulls back. IWM, the 290 strike. IWM. All right, what's Delta doing? Delta just popped and just came back down. Okay. Delta. What are you in? The 82s, David? Coin. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, just watching. Let's see what the New York Fang is going to do here. Okay, so we already faded today's high. Okay, that's a little bit troublesome. I don't want to put my feet in the water yet. There might be lava underneath the surface. Okay, so what are you going to do, Vinny? I'm going to watch for now. Let's see. Hedge flows. Still dropping off here, hedge flows. Okay, so let's see what's changed here. Let me go to the 5-minute. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I see one right there. This right here. 75.05. That's a 0-day. Non-zero day. Really hard to read this unless I go to net zero. Net open interest. Okay, and back this off. Can clearly see the major pivots. Okay, NVIDIA, trap. NVIDIA was a trap that dropped off. Microsoft's starting to drop a little bit more. This is not what I wanted to see. Not what I wanted to see. Okay, what's junk bonds doing? Junk bonds are holding up okay. What's the 10-year? Did the 10-year spike? Was there any news that just came out? Let me see. I have looks like I have mine muted. I don't see anything. Wholesale inventories. All right, so it looks like JP Morgan is going to be implying AI agents this year in a big way. All right, futures continue to drop off here. Intel, Tesla, all dropping with it. NVIDIA, Apple. Okay, markets don't look that great right now. Let's see how many stocks are advancing. Okay, we dropped from 395 to 389, 388. Not too bad. NIMO is right at the zero line, +4, +4. Okay, this could turn out to be another boring day like yesterday. Okay, Tesla's still dropping off here. Okay, so the chip's doing okay. LRCX. Notice how many of these have pulled back. LRCX, KLAC. Quick profits. Looks like people taking quick profits. Applied material. Okay, like yesterday, we want to wait and see if this gets bought, ASML. If it's just profit taking, ASML. That's very interesting what Carl just said. Nike, all the stocks that are leading right now were losers on the year, which is true. If you look at Nike, Nike has been in this big base. Maybe it finally gets above the 50-day and starts to trend. You don't have to jump into it right now, but if Nike does get moving here, this would be good. So they need oil prices coming down because people may talk about, social justice or whatever else, but at the end of the day, they hold their pocketbook. These talking heads just cannot leave politics alone. Really annoying. Intel looked really good yesterday on that big Google order or deal to provide chips. It just reversed. Reflecting the temperature of the market at the moment, we're still a little bit bearish. 7,400, we tested that yesterday. I believe we went a little bit below it, right? Okay, S&P. So New York FANG has reversed. All right, so you can see this looks pretty ugly. Pretty ugly black candle. Oh, it's a dark green candle. Okay. RSI is trying to turn, MACD, stochastics. They are resetting. I don't like the market right here, right now. Market. All right, so the 10-year yield looks like it's found some buyers at the low. We need this below 4.5%. All right, 10-year. That'll help IWM, which is reversing. Okay. So somebody bought a big trade. I bought 3,000 contracts of the 290 strike for August. They probably got this particular fill right in this area. Probably they got in before the overall market did. So we had this big run up. Okay, so IWM, I'm going to go for those 290s. I'm going to scale into the 290s for August. That trade that went off earlier. Let's see, IWM. IWM. I'm going to go out to August, that August strike. Okay. July, August the 21st. Okay, 3,000 contracts. Where are they? Let me see. Let me see what that was. Buford.
Certainly inflation is playing a role. I mean, as you noted, CPI.
Okay, IWM, the 290 for August 21st. 290. 290, that's right, 290. 290. That was yesterday. Must have been yesterday because 290s don't show that volume. 290.
Sort of price inflation in business inputs and wholesale prices. That was 6% year over year overall, and the core on the PPI was 4%. So when you look at these all together, you know, it's not surprising that the market is anticipating.
All right, I bought a few 290s in a spread, 290, 295 for August, IWM. I'll scale in because this could roll over again. Let's see. All right, CBRX, CBRS, trying to hold this level. CBRS. I'm going to temper my expectations at the moment, waiting for the hedge flows maybe to turn back up. Okay, we'll watch this for a moment. Nike is up. Nike is moving higher. If you want to trade, if you want to look at Nike, NKE, Nike. That looks really good. Nike looks really good, actually. A lot of people are noticing Nike. All right, already have a position with Nike? Let me just check with my. Yeah, let's see what this looks like. Nike. All right, so that's reversing nicely. Nike, I have June 18th, so I got to roll these out. The 40 Nike, 45s look good. Okay, maybe these keep going. I have 18 June Nike. All right, the future's starting to bounce. Futures are starting to bounce. So there's a couple of themes going on right now. Okay, chips are, off the highs of the session. We saw those up early. We got some stocks from the Dow Industrials that were down all year, like Nike, that are starting to show signs of a reversal. I like the odds with Nike. Let me see what. Let me just do this. Let me do a real quick scan here. Nike, what are the best strikes beyond July? BCOI.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone.
Nike. Ooh.
And in-platform.
Nike. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Nike.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day.
All right. So Nike. 45 strike. What expiration? For October. October 16th, Nike. Options data revealing a sharp 1.6% climb and overall. Okay, let me look at Nike out in October. October. I like that idea. October way out there. Looking at the avoid August, September to clear the immediate June 30 earnings catalyst and allow time for Elliott Hill's brand turnaround strategy to materialize in the price action. I like this right here. Okay. 45 strike at the money. Yeah, I have 45s already, but those are June's. Let me go 45s for October. That's not the right symbol, Vinny. Okay, so I'm looking at Nike out in October. The 45 strike based on the Greeks. Delta, Gamma, Vega, Theta. All right, you can buy a good option, and long as all of the Greeks are in alignment and good for a go on the call side, you should be fine. That's what I'm looking at right now. Let's see. Where the hell is... Okay, sorry about that. I want to buy some Nike. I don't want to rush into this, though, because the markets are a bit choppy right now. We just dropped back off. Nike. All right, so Nike October. There we go. 45 strike is $5. 45. You know what? I'm going to do a spread. I'm going to do. Let me see Delta. Okay. You know what? They're 535. I'm going to buy some 45s.
Pressure and wage inflation, which is ultimately good for the inflation backdrop. But of course, the flip side of that is that you do have the consumer increasingly under strain. Real wage growth has slipped into negative territory. Probably going to be the case for the second month in a row when we get CPI tomorrow. And the fact that that's probably going to at least incrementally chip away, I think, at the potential spending power for consumption in the U.S. To say that the personal consumption expenditure component of GDP necessarily flips negative and is a drag on GDP for the second half of the year, but it's certainly exposing some of the fragility around
sell the 50. All right,
the risk of fragility around consumption that exists.
That's what I'll do. I'll sell the 50.
For now, for the most part, that is sort of overshadowed by what is still a very healthy business investment environment and capital spending environment, of course, primarily driven by what's happening with AI CapEx.
It's interesting how we've gone from this sort of low hire, low fire type of mantra to, I know that Edgar Denny pointed out earlier this week, the hires exceed fires economy now, particularly because of the strength we've seen coming through.
All right, so I did a spread. I did a spread. 45. I bought the 45, sold the 50. Okay.
Of this kind of data would you and the team need to see to be convinced that things have stabilized?
Well, it's not necessarily the number of months as it is, I think, the totality of the data. So if you look at non-farm payrolls, which is, of course, that's the headline payroll statistic that we get when you see the jobs number come out every month. But that's the one that has been strong, and that is, I think, what Ed is probably referring to in terms of the hiring exceeding the firing. I think you need to sort of look at the broad set.
All right, 45-50 calls spread. Nike.
Which we get in addition to the establishment survey when we get the non-farm payroll statistic. Household employment over the past year has been weaker, so there's been more of a divergence between those two statistics. Not necessarily signaling, I think, a bad omen for the economy, but it's still kind of giving us this indication that, yes, while things have stabilized in labor, you're not necessarily going through this full-blown reacceleration, and you're not in this.
Okay, Nike looks good. All right, we got a nice little trade going on Nike. I already have some 45s for June.
So again, you're not seeing, I think, this full-fledged hiring boom take shape. But at the same time, I think that that's still a fine environment to be in, especially in this current environment. You don't necessarily want, as weird as it may sound, you don't necessarily want, I think, a full-fledged hiring boom, because that would.
All right, that looks good. Let's see if we can get some traction here. Nike.
I always love looking at your XP because you put up so many interesting charts which tell so many great stories. I particularly like the one you've just put up about an hour ago of US imports of semiconductors giving meme stock vibes right now. I mean, 35%.
Okay, so the market's still showing lots of bear flags and reasons to just chill for the moment. I'm looking to buy dips, but I'm going to be judicious. CBRX, this is sitting near the lows this morning, but I'm looking to buy some dips anyway. So I'm okay with that. Kathy Woods was buying CBRS in the recent fade. And once people got a hold of that idea, plus other people talking about it, upgrading the stock, putting in a bottom, CBRS. Okay, that one's starting to move a bit lower right now. So I'll scale in.
Just year to date, you do have outperformance from an area of the market or from a sector of the market that doesn't necessarily, that investors don't necessarily think of when they think about performance so far this year. So much of the focus has been on big tech and semiconductors, and yes, they have been the top performers off of the rebound. But investors, not all investors are thinking only in terms of the March 30th low. Some of them think longer term. Hopefully, most of them think longer term. And in this case, if you're thinking about long term being year to date, you do have pockets of outperformance down the cap spectrum.
Yeah, it's encouraging, particularly when you look at the charts because of all the earnings growth we've been talking about and the concentration.
Okay, Intel making a new low this morning.
There is a trade apparently outside of AI, or maybe a lot of these small cap companies are sort of a.
Okay, Nike looks good. What's Walmart doing? So we started off the week looking at a potential follow through in a lot of these consumer staples. Smucker's big move. SJM Smucker's. Let's see some of the other names. Pilgrim's Pride coming off the low. Pilgrim's Pride. Okay, lots of. I think they sell a lot of organic foods, right? Or they procure and provide for groceries. Let's see what Casey's is doing. Casey's. Okay, still hanging out here. Costco hanging out. Dollar Tree bouncing at the 200-day. Okay, back to the Dow Jones. What's working on the Dow Jones? Nike's up big. So a lot of people will be talking about Nike and Home Depot today, most likely. Home Depot looks good too. So far, Nike, HD. Home Depot, Sherwin-Williams coming off the low. Okay, that looks pretty interesting. American Express, AXP. 3M. Ooh, that looks really good. 3M looks good. Honeywell coming off the low, a double bottom on Honeywell. at the 200-day.
Reaction is concerned, although we do have some analysts that are turning more positive, more bullish on this name. So let's talk about the reaction now with Marley Caden, as always. Marley, you and I were talking about this yesterday, fresh off the back of Tim Cook's.
I don't know if she exaggerates her voice or something about it just really annoys me. Getting old, Vinny. Getting old when people's voices annoy you. I can see I'm getting old too, because things that bother me bother me. My son's like, why do you let that bother you, Papa? He kind of puts me in my place. It's pretty funny when you think about it, because remember when your parents used to annoy you, or your parents used to do stuff and you were like scratching your head. My dad, that's not music, screaming at me, like Bill Burr talked in one of his specials, about the 80s guys with long hair and makeup, high heels, platform shoes, playing Kiss, bands like that, playing it at 100 decibels in my room, the doors shaking, my stepmother freaking out, the dogs shaking underneath the bed. That's not music. You become your parents. It's so funny. And the commercials that play up on that, like Geico or whatever it is, Progressive. It's so funny. What the hell is Penny talking about? I'm just digressing. Honeywell looks good. Procter & Gamble, that was one that we looked at too. Procter & Gamble, PG. These all look good. Coming out of nice bases. Okay. Coca-Cola, that's on the watch list. Let's see. What else? Coca-Cola. All of these are good, folks. If you're thinking about, okay, United Health, UNH. What about Humana? Humana's looking good. Okay, McDonald's, flat base. McDonald's, flat base. All right, these all look good. Okay. You become your parents. So funny. Okay. Let's see. What are you guys doing in the room? Okay, so I want to do something with those IWM 290s. Okay, they're starting to bounce. Yeah, it's a little iffy. Can the markets turn here? S&P 500. All right, watch these hedge flows. If this starts to turn up, this might be a good setup, because you're already down to support early in the morning, early in the session. You're already down to that major level near 7,400. We bounced here yesterday. Is that going to be enough? We definitely want to see the 10-year yield turn up. Okay, or turn down. Sorry, you want the 10-year to turn down and IWM to turn up. Junk bonds already look good, so this is setting up pretty good. We just got a lot of people taking profits in the first hour or so. It's 10:37 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, June the 9th. We're just sitting here waiting for some good setups.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright moments ago speaking with our Brian Sullivan at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Summit.
Okay, Meta. What's Meta doing? What was the news yesterday? Meta had some sort of news that wasn't that great. But they've been laying people off. Meta, Microsoft, we're looking for a 3-candle reversal. Still got time to bounce. NVIDIA pulled back quickly. People took profits first thing this morning. We're sitting on top of 50-day. A lot of good setups. They're just not fire. Okay, here goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, long setting up. Okay, at 300, 206, 206. Okay, NVIDIA, nice little setup here. Turn the corner if you want to do a day trade.
$10.6 billion as GSK looks to bolster its oncology pipeline in what would be its largest acquisition in more than a decade. Joining us for this take this morning is Mizuho Healthcare Sector Specialist Jared Holtz. Jared, welcome. Good to have you.
All right, so watching NVIDIA here. Okay, here's NVIDIA. Let's see, NVIDIA. Okay, you got the 1 minute RSI oversold. You got 1 minute price action oversold, putting in higher lows. This is probably going to go back up. It's above the 50-day. Chips were strong this morning. Got some immediate selling right at the open. Okay, LRCX, that was number 1. It's number 2 now. Doing number 2. LRCX. 60 minute. It's above the 60 minute. It's a little elevated. It's okay. Tesla, we want Tesla to get above the 20 EMA, not below it. All right, so that's this is off for now. Tesla. Apple. Okay, big drop. Apple, the news yesterday. I got stopped out of Apple this morning. At 310, 315s. I got stopped out this morning. Looks like. Okay. They didn't like what they heard from management. Big 3 candle, 3 black crows. That's a big reversal signal. Okay, so that didn't help. All right, so apparently it's an equity raise. Meta's looking to do an equity raise. So they fired a whole bunch of people to make up for some of the spending they want to do. At some point, they run out of money, don't they? I mean, the market's got trillions of dollars in liquidity out there, I guess. But SPACEX is going to gobble up a bunch of it on Friday. Intel's starting to bounce. You might have a setup on Intel. Some of these chips look like they're going to bounce. Okay, here's Nike. Nike flat base turning up. All right, so don't buy it up here. Wait for a little dip. Okay. All right, let's look at IWM. I see Mondo trading IWM. Okay, that continues to move a bit lower at the moment. 10 year is the problem. The U.S. 10-year is the problem. Okay, that's hovering right where it is. So, or just hovering. Guess you don't need to say where it is if you're hovering, right? Anybody see this comedian, Finnish comedian, Ismo, I think his name is. Dude is so funny. Talking about the English language. So funny. He's like, with his broken English and his appearance, he's just like, he can't get the words in, on, and at. Just a part of his skit. You sit in a chair, but you sit on a sofa. Just so things that are so obvious. Comedians are so good at seeing the things that we miss, right? A good comedian. Why is Vinny talking about comedy right now? Because the markets are not doing anything. Markets are not doing anything. Like Bill Burr likes to say, he's got the mic, so he gets to tell you everything that's on his mind, give you all of his opinions before he lets you talk. It's so funny. That guy, I love him. Oh boy. So the markets right now, let's see. Let's go back to breadth again, because that's what we need to pay attention to. 373. We had 395 earlier. So we lost a few stocks to some profit taking, it looks like. New York Fang components. New York Fang. There we go. New York Fang. Okay, faded. All right, so we had a nice bounce. Looked very bullish this morning. All right, whenever you have a big drop like this, you get your initial bounce. You always have to pay attention. You also have to pay attention to what happens when we bounce. Do we hit resistance and roll over? That looks like what we're seeing right now. Futures look like they're going to drop here. Okay, don't get caught in the downdraft because RSI is still showing that we could continue lower. MACD stochastics are still, momentum is still clearly bearish. Do we come down, jab down to the 50-day first and then bounce? Because we're in no man's land right now. I'd be very careful buying anything at the moment, especially tech-wise. Probably get a better entry if you wait. All right, CBRS, that's a good example. CBRX, I bought some. I can wait a bit. I can afford to wait a few.
Retail traders have been trying to gain access to SPACEX in the private markets, but now
ISMO.
they might not own the assets that they thought they did. We'll explain that one next. Now tomorrow, do not miss Palantir CEO Alex Karp. We'll be sitting down with him at the company.
ISMO, if you get a chance, check the guy out. He is so funny. He talks about the word ass. You know, he found out about this word ass and all the uses of the word ass. You know, smart ass. He's an ass. A piece of ass. Grown ass man. Instead of just saying grown man. The things he finds, it's just so funny with the English language. All right. New York Fang. Okay, watching the 10-year. 10 years putting pressure on small caps. Let's go back and check junk. I just got this feeling that the stab Friday, there was more to it. It just seemed like the bounce was just so narrated, right? All right, junk bonds are starting to fade as well. Okay. Junk bonds starting to fade. I would be very careful at the moment. Okay, no need to jump into the markets. We want to get our best setups. Futures continue to move lower as well. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, June the 9th, 10:46 a.m. Okay, CRML dropping off. SPY. All right, yeah, we're giving back some here. Broadcom, Walmart. Tesla moving lower. Yesterday, a lot of comments about yesterday's price action, right? Many, when you think about it, makes a lot of sense. Many were using the opportunity to de-risk, reduce their exposure. That was my thought as well, that, I want to continue to take exposure off of the table. Any trades that I take today or yesterday were going to be short term. Like Apple, I bought the 310, 315s. I got stopped out of that early this morning. If it bounces, fine. I can get back in. But Apple looks terrible right now. Apple, I would think you would agree. Apple looks awful. 3 black crows. That's a very distinct candlestick pattern, topping pattern, short term. Microsoft, we were looking for a 3 candle reversal. We got a lower low instead. Okay, we're below the 50-day. Okay, as far as hedges, we got VIX to spike on Friday. Okay, all the way up to 21.57. I took the 22s off. I have all of my July 22s are gone. I made a nice profit there. It is starting to bounce. I do still have June 22s that expire on, let's see, VIX. Those are back up. The 17th. Okay, so next week. Okay, we got a low tick alert. Okay. So hedge flows are continuing lower. Okay, so let's be preemptive and just sit tight. Okay, let's just sit tight. Time to sit tight. Markets feel like they're going to continue lower. June. Okay. All right. Yeah, S&P pulling back. Walmart, VIX. All right, CBRS is up quite a bit. All right, CBRS. I have CBRS. They're way out of the money. Way out of the money calls, but they're doing well. They're up quite a bit actually from my entry last week. CBRS. Let me just take a look at these Jans and see what the Greeks look like. CBRS. January. CBRS. They're actually a 30 delta. When I bought these, they were like a 8 delta, I believe. There were a lot of, they're up to a 30 delta now, 31. And that's a 490 strike. The 500 strike is a 30 delta. So these are, all right, let me see what some of these other Greeks look like. I'm going to go here. Buy open interest. Let's look at Greeks here. All right, so Vega is 62. Theta is 15 cents. Gamma is 0 at the moment, obviously. Yeah, Delta 31. Theta minus 15 cents. Vega is 62. Yeah, no wonder these things are accumulating profits already. All right, so we're just sitting here waiting. Do we bounce? We were supposed to bounce. We were looking for a bounce at 7,400. That's off the table right now. Let's look at 0 day. All right, there's a big level down here. Somebody has 72.15s. 72.15s. That's a pretty big level there. Let's go to GEX. Okay. All right, we've still got a lot of purple on the screen, so that's interesting. But we're below the gamma flip point, right? Gamma flipped at 73.90. No, we're not. Are we there yet? 73.90. 73.90. 73.90. S&P. Okay. Yes, we're below it. So we don't want to be below 73.90. That's gamma flip at 73.90. That means that we go from positive to negative gamma as we proceed lower. We know what the dealer is going to do. Gamma flip. 73.90. All right, so we know when we get below 73.90, the dealers start selling futures on dips. So this could drop pretty quickly. Okay, you can see where we are on the daily. We took out Friday's low. I don't like the markets right here, so I'm not doing anything else at the moment. There's a lot of good ideas. We got Nike, looks good. Nike, can that hold on to its gains? It's a little bit of profit taking. People see what's going on in the markets, and they've got a nice run up here in Nike. So a lot of these industrials look good, but they're losing some of the steam. Okay, so watch for the wicks on tops of these candles. I find stock charts really good because I can very quickly look at what the top 10 are, and I can mouse over these and see very quickly, is there selling at the high? You can see American Express selling at the high of the day. So what does that tell me? It tells me that an ABCD pattern is setting up. If I like it, if I like the sector, like financials right now, maybe I consider an AXP trade. So if you look at this, it's above the 50-day, right? AXP is above the 50-day. 1 minute's giving me an oversold condition, already starting to bounce. All right, so that does that make sense? Okay, so I go from just mousing over this. I see the dip, the wick on the top of the candle, so I immediately go over to the daily, look at where it is on the 50-day. Then I look at the 1 minute, see the oversold condition. Maybe this bounces. Why? Because on the daily, stochastics is rising. That's telling me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range since it turned right here. So look for closes on average. I look more to, once it starts trending, I pay more attention to stochastics when it starts trending. Right now, it's not really trending. It's just moving sideways above the 50-day. So this could start to go, which makes a valid setup long as you have enough time, like out in September, October, probably going to be just fine. Nike, same thing. Go through the same process with Nike. You got a nice push above the 50-day. The 1 minute chart now oversold. So if you were thinking about buying it this morning and you wanted to wait till it got oversold, it's oversold right now. Let's see if it bounces. Why should it bounce? Because stochastics is turning up. Okay, it is trying to start a new trend. You can clearly see phase 4, the markdown. Price stays below the 921 50-day. At some point, it starts to flatten out. That's where the accumulation starts, phase 1. Once phase 1 is complete, you'll see institutions will let this get marked up. So it's very close to the area where it might start going. Okay, SoFi did the same thing. SoFi, not quite there yet. Still trying to get above the 50-day and start trending. Oracle did it a few weeks back. Okay, so Oracle is still a valid long setup. Definitely unpleasant to have to sit through a move from 250 down to 210. If it sells off dramatically, I guess we would get out. We're still in from over here, way over here. That big bullish candle, once it moved above the 50-day, moved out of this base. So imagine this is Nike. You build the base. The first day above the 50-day, you start paying attention. Look for that first little dip. Once it starts its first dip, look for the higher highs and higher lows to start playing out. So if you look at Nike, this is what it's doing. Basing. You see it? Flat base. Okay. Here's Oracle over here. Here's your flat base in Oracle. Moves above the 50-day. No longer below the 50-day. So phase 1 begets phase 2. Okay. Phase 1 begets phase 2. So you just have to make sure you have enough time to look at this as a long setup, and go out, say, September, October. In this case, October is what we came up with. October, okay. Target the October 16th strike, monthly chain, injecting 9,400 clean contracts. This contract recently saw the most substantial spike in long-term positioning. So let's say you don't want to buy 1,000 shares of Nike, right? That's a very valid point. I don't want to buy 1,000 shares of Nike, but I don't understand options. Well, if you think Nike's going to move higher, instead of buying 1,000 shares, you could buy 10 calls. Now, I wouldn't advise doing that right now. At the 45 strike, that would cost you about $1,600. $1,600, right, versus $45,000. The payout isn't as big. I mean, obviously, if you go from 45,000, you go up here to 58, you make 10 grand or whatever. But you can make a lot of money with options too. So the 45 strike for October, that's what we've looked at, and because they're expensive, we decided to go ahead and do what was suggested, which is to buy the 45 in October and sell the 50. So we still participate in the move higher. Now, what happens if we start moving higher? Well, we'll probably start rolling these up and out in price. So if it starts moving past 45.50, we'll go out to like November and buy the 50, 55 and just keep rolling these up and making profits on a lot less money at risk. Watch the S&P is trying to bounce. The whole idea is you want to be long. You want to make sure your Greeks are supportive. Delta, theta, gamma, vega. You want to make sure that those options are good. And this is what this is telling you, basically. I asked this question based on Nike best strikes beyond July with the best vol versus open interest based on the best Greeks for the new long setup. And this is what it spit out. And it checks. I don't just take it because it says it. I look at it and determine if it makes sense, if it agrees with what I understand. Okay, so selling the 50 strike automatically or systematically offsets your long Greek risks, right? So that's what I want to do. I want to participate. I want Nike to keep going. But the bottom line here is that it's in phase one. Okay, now if I enable volume by price, you can very clearly see. Let's see. Go to. Okay, you can very clearly see where volume. Okay, I want to put it on the left side. This is a new feature. Stock charts let you put it on either side. Okay, I like to have it on the left side so it's out of the way of price action. But you can clearly see this peak in this histogram on the left. That tells me exactly where the base is setting up. Even if you didn't use this as a crutch, very clear to see that this is where the base is accumulating. Right? This is where institutions are buying. So I want to be long. And for the next couple of days, I need to see this, monitor it, and see if it'll break out. We did that with SoFi. It didn't break out yet. So we got plenty of time on SoFi. It's a very similar setup. We did spreads on SoFi as well. AXP, that was up today. AXP, American Express. Just make sure you have enough time for these to work. Nice base. It's a higher low. Okay, you got a base on base pattern. We're looking for this to push higher. Pretty clear where accumulation is. Price is no longer making new lows. It's above the 50-day. Looking for it to turn up. American Express, Home Depot, same thing. Kind of. We're moving above the 50-day. McDonald's, flat base. McDonald's. I was really hungry the other night, and I was going to go buy my favorite pizza place, Gino's, from Brooklyn. Actually, Astoria, Queens. And they were closed. And I was saying, should I go buy McDonald's? I haven't been to McDonald's in I don't know. A couple of years ago, I went to McDonald's once because I was super hungry. I didn't feel like hunting. I wasn't in a good location, or I didn't know where I was really. And I said, you know what? Let me just bite the bullet. You don't know what kind of meat you're eating, but, McDonald's, a lot of people eat it. Long story short, McDonald's looks good. I don't need to tell you a story, but coming out of a base looks good. So you can see over here, this base, when it dropped below the 50-day, it tried to get above, squeezed, but the squeeze resolved lower as RSI continued to move down. This time, we got a squeeze, but look what RSI is doing. RSI is pointing higher. MACD and stochastics to turn up. Stochastics, again, telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. and the momentum is bullish. So I'm looking for dips to buy. You can see right here, right at the open, RSI oversold on the 1 minute. Great entry. All right. So, well, Vinny, what if I want to get into McDonald's right now? You don't want to buy it right here. It's at the high of the day. Most likely has played out its opening range for the day, or rather, its ATR for the day. $5. It's up 440. All right. So it could probably push it a bit higher. Maybe it's an expansion day and we break above 283. But you don't have to buy it right here at the high of the day. You could buy it tomorrow, or you could buy half of a position or a quarter position, put a stop underneath today's low, or 50% of today. You know what stochastics is telling you? Probably going to close in the upper half of the daily range. So if we do get a pullback, that's your perfect entry. If we get a pullback, say to 280, it starts to turn up after say 1 o'clock or so, you buy a near 280, put your stop underneath 279 or 278, look for $4 to $5 upside, or just stick with the trade if it does work out. All right, this looks good. Okay, stocks are starting to reverse. Okay, we do have this issue with the 7390 gamma flip. We want to get back above that and above 7400. We saw early on that 7400 was an area we needed to stay above. Okay, we drop below it. If we look at net open interest, 7400 is a key area. It's pretty obvious. There's net open interest, 7400. 7390 is where we want to get back above. Okay, watching hedge flows. All right, these two are like annoying me now. You ever walk into a room? You ever walk into a room and you forget why you went into the room? You know, your mind gets sidetracked. You know, you go downstairs from your office down to, I don't know, the living room. And there was a reason why you went down there, but you get down there and you don't remember. What the hell is Vinny talking about? I'm just like rambling right now. I'm just waiting for the markets to do something so I could focus on trading instead of stories. Stories. We need to get above 7390 and then 7400. So that's what we're looking at right now. The rest of it is just nonsense. All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. That's what I should do instead of rambling. Rambling man. Okay, let me just keep this on the screen for a momento, and I'll be right back.
conversations like this, subscribe to our stock movers reports, 5-minute audio reports on various winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to stock movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, there was some economic data today, but it really pales in comparison to the data points that are coming out tomorrow and the day after. Michael McKee is here with us in the studio. He's our international economics and policy correspondent. It's not just inflation in the U.S. We also have an ECB meeting coming up later this week as well. But let's start on the CPI numbers that are coming out tomorrow. This will be the last inflation figure before March goes into a huddle with the rest of the FOMC.
And we're going to have no idea what they think about reconsidering the blackout right now. However, the forecasts are basically saying this is going to be a bad day for Wall Street and a bad day for the White House because inflation on a CPI basis, which is what the American inflation is, would cross over 4% in perspective of the view.
That's it.
I mean, for me at least, that's a psychological kind of thing. For it and whatnot there. I see that. Although it's bad news, largely though, they can't do much about it because they can raise interest rates and that's not going to hold interest rate no more. What's they're afraid of is that we're going to start seeing a broader increase in inflation in other parts and other areas, which is not unexpected when you think about the cost of diesel fuel and what that means for the Amazon delivery people and the trucking companies and the airlines and things like that. And there's also something else going on that a lot of people have to pay attention to, and that is that the price of semiconductors has soared because there's so much building going on. And that is also contributing to inflation at the wholesale level, but probably will work its way to a certain extent into the consumer level. So you've got these two inflation issues, but that is the prices of semiconductors and construction stuff. All this attention paid to the AI industry is raising interest rates, which means that they might be closer to neutral than they have thought, and therefore they can't cut rates anymore or reduce inflation.
Yeah, and I'm glad we heard that also because that's something we heard in the corporate earnings season was a lot of the tech companies saying that they're paying up memory chip prices and that at some point they need to pass that on to their own customer, the consumer. And of course, it's not just Americans who are feeling these higher prices, whether it's in oil, whether it's a semiconductor. Those around the world are as well. And I'm thinking about the Europeans. The European Central Bank holds its policy meeting later on this week, and we could get a rate increase there.
The expectation is for a rate increase. They talk about it quite a bit. There is dispute over whether they are jumping the gun because they're trying to deal with inflation prices and pushing up inflation in general. And we did see during the great financial crisis, Europeans in the right raise interest rates when everybody else was holding, and that didn't serve them very well. But their remit, remember, is only inflation, and their inflation expectations are rising there. In fact, it's embedded into consumer psychology and public psychology, and they're having real problems. So they're at least probably going to be one, and then Christine and I will say we're going to keep a close eye on what's happening. The straight will open tomorrow. It will be a couple of months before we saw prices significantly come down, but it suggests that they don't need to. Exactly. So it's all the economic stuff for us here. We get some CPI data tomorrow. So far. One of the things I like to stream on is the SPACEX IPO. Again, scheduled to price Thursday after close start trading Friday. That's the plan. It's launched in partially investors. I'm going to lawyer. She had been a great story out today. SpaceX IPO forces investors to bet on Musk. Angle AI. Conrad, thanks so much for joining us here in studio. I guess this IPO is really just a run on Musk. And his vision and all that kind of stuff. But he's got a lot of users out there.
Yeah, that's exactly world into account, not just the company itself. It kind of reminds me of how Tesla was once upon a time an electric vehicle company, and it's become something much more than that. SpaceX was a rocket company, a rocket launch company, but now it's got AI in there, it's got what was formerly known as Twitter in there, and a lot of people are expecting it's going to also have Tesla in there as well. They're going to combine the two. Yes, exactly. And it feels like both Musk's key companies, which are Tesla and SpaceX, had their own goals at one point, and then in the past 6 years, he's turned both of them into AI. And now, with the purchase of like XAI and X into SpaceX, that's become a lot more clear. Like Tesla's like, no, focusing on robots, and SpaceX wants to do the satellites on space. And, it's kind of like all in search of like AGI, like a artificial intelligence, and like who's going to get there first and how they're going to do it. And Elon really doesn't want to lose them. He's really just trying to like have the right infrastructure in place. He thinks that compute and power are going to be like bottlenecks for the issues, and trying to make sure that he doesn't have those bottlenecks.
And I first start off also what we see today. Somebody told me.
All right, 7,400, huh? 7,400 is just overhead. All right, so what else is going on here? Futures trying to bounce. Okay, we're good there.
There's others that don't really like it. They think like there's not enough corporate governance, and it's going to be less, especially SpaceX and stuff buying the stuff. And sometimes it's hard to figure out what's the valuation if like you want to set both sides of every transaction. So there's definitely concerns around what's the value here. Not just that, I feel like a while ago there was a lot of premium put into the idea that you can have a big conglomerate with businesses that are kind of loosely integrated, but just tangentially. And now companies, especially those industrials, want to be very.
I have to mute you guys for a sec. All right, I had to take you off the mute. Sorry. We got a low tick alert just now. Got an audio low tick alert, so stocks are pulling back a bit. So just sitting tight as we're below 73.90 is keeping us out of trouble at the present time, and just waiting to see how far we're going to go with this. All right, a lot of people probably got a little overzealous because the markets reversed a bit yesterday, but my guess was that it was for people to be able to take off some exposure because we're pulling back pretty aggressively right now. All right. All right, stock's pulling back a little bit. Looking for some consolidation in this area, not a quick stab to the downside. That is possible, obviously. 50 days down there. What would that be percentage-wise? Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at the S&P. Just to get a basis for where we might be heading. All right, so we can gauge our hedges. You know, how much of a hedge do we need? Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so I already did this once. Let's see. The weekly. All right, so I put on a 5%. What a 5% pullback would look like. So the markets are pulling back. 5% would be below the 10 EMA. Okay, so 4% would probably be right near that. Let me just check real quick. We want to stay above that 10 EMA. 10 EMA is about, I would say 4%. 10 EMA. All right, that's a good area to target. All right, so we were up here a little bit higher. Okay. Okay, so 4.5% would be the 10 EMA. Now, here's the thing about longer term investors. Let's say you're in your 401k or IRA, and what you want to pay attention to is what happens at the 10 EMA. If we get below the 10 EMA, that's going to tell us that we're probably going to pull back a little bit more aggressively, maybe back to 7,000. While I'm not looking for that kind of pullback at this point, we have to be aware of it. So the 10 EMA is going to tell us, you know, where we should see some support, provided we're pulling back at the moment. Okay, so what did we say the 10 EMA was? 10 EMA is at 72. Looks like 72.71 is the 10 EMA. 72.71. So that's just above the 50-day. Do we go down to the 50-day? It sure looks like that's where we're headed. I have to say, we have this little breakout zone at 7,200 as well. You have to remember that we have a midterm elections. A lot of talk about that. I don't like to talk about politics, but a lot of people will invest based on, you know, seasonality. Right now, we're watching for seasonality to kick in. July tends to be a strong month, so I don't think we're going to go too far, just based on that. All right, RSI. So now we're dropping below into the red zone. All right, so let me grab this, bring this over here. Okay, MACD is down, so momentum is clearly bearish, and stochastics is getting into the oversold zone, so this could be good short term. This is the other thing. If we start to see MACD and stochastics starting to turn, that would be an area where we would want to be looking for some support. So let's draw some support on here. And this zone is where we're looking for support. Okay. Extreme low tick alert. All right, extreme low tick alert. So there was a lot of talk about, yet again, Iran's close to a deal, days away, all that sort of thing. Why did this not save? Okay, so didn't save. That's all right. Let me do it again.
Alert minus 800.
All right, so we're in a downtrend, obviously. So lighten up on your longs. Stochastics way oversold, so we could get a bounce in a short term. Yes. Okay, that time it's saved. All right, so S&P, Intel dropping off. Okay, what's Walmart doing? It's defensive names. Coming into this week, we were looking at defensive names. Walmart's catching a bit at the low of the day. You see that. As the markets move lower, Walmart's moving higher. All right, so I'll wind up adding to this at some point. Kimberly-Clark on the watch list. That's moving higher. All right, so all the defensives are doing exactly what you would expect if the markets are going to pull back for the next couple of days. Not looking for a rout, anything more than, say, 4%. 4%, 4.5% would bring us back to the 10 EMA on the weekly, an area that we need to reference if you're a investor or a trader, and something we're watching right now. So Procter & Gamble, another name. Okay, that's showing defensive. McDonald's, you could consider that defensive. People got to eat cheap. Although McDonald's isn't cheap anymore, is it? I mean, you spend $10 just to go there. When I was a kid, my dad used to give me $1 and go to the McDonald's nearby our house when they actually had meat in the sandwiches. I kid you. You could buy a hamburger, French fries, and a Coke for $1. That was the big thing back then. Anyway, so McDonald's, yeah, that's considered defensive. What about healthcare? Healthcare is defensive. Humana's at the highs. United Health at the highs. Airlines, those were looking good this morning. Those completely faded, so we didn't get tricked into buying any airlines. All right, the Qs, the puts, people taking puts in the room. Okay, so the puts are working. Probably going to move back it down a little bit more. Now, I have some VIX hedges for June, so I want to get out of these VIX 22s. Hopefully, we spike here. I can get out of the 22s for June. That expire next week, so I'll have a profit there. What I'll wind up doing is probably waiting for the next dip to buy July, maybe the 22s again, maybe even the 25s. Who the hell knows? If this turns into more than just a 3 to 5% pullback. Okay, somewhere between 3 and 5% seems like that's what we're going to be doing. Now, why is the markets pulling back? Aside from the obvious, when we drop below 73.90, okay, the dealers all of a sudden literally flipped to another regime. They flipped to selling as the markets drop. So we can see we drop below 7,400. There's a level here starting to show up at 7,300. Okay, that was one of the levels that we were looking at for support before the markets even opened in the Gamma update. Okay, so we continue to move lower. All right, so take your finger off of the long trigger. You don't want to be taking longs right now. I'm going to wait for the markets to bounce. Okay, low of the day. Down there.
You know, it's funny. I think what everybody thinks about is streaming because that's what we all understand, and we're consumers, all of us, for these streaming services. But I just don't see that streaming come together, and they are still relatively small in the world of streaming compared to Netflix and Disney Plus and all the others. And I don't think anywhere their combined market share gets anywhere near 30%. And that's kind of a flashpoint for antitrust.
under 30%, you probably don't have concerns. Over 30%, you probably do. So I think any agency regulator that's looking at this can probably get past that streaming concern.
Jen, just summarize for us, what's the status of the regulatory review in the U.S. here, federal versus state?
It's really complicated. In the United States, there's a mandatory antitrust waiting period that allows the Department of Justice, in this case, to investigate the deal. If that period expires, if the Department of Justice allows it to expire, legally the companies are free to close. That happened. But even though the Department of Justice allowed that period to expire, there have been news reports that it is continuing to investigate the deal, which is a little bit odd. It's just an unusual sort of set of circumstances. Even if though that period has expired, the Department of Justice could still do something. They could still sue, which I highly doubt they will, or they could still seek remedies and enter a consent order. There's nothing that stops them. But if they don't do something, and all these other clearances come through, the companies legally can go ahead and close their deal. Now, we've heard that the states, led by California, a group of states, I should say, are thinking about suing to block the deal as well. If they do that, what they're going to need to do is get a preliminary injunction. Because the time it will take them for a judge to get to a decision on permanently blocking the deal is, probably 9 months, 8 months, 9 months, and even more from the time they file. And by then, I think the other clearances will probably be hit and the companies would close. And it is much harder to get a decision on binding a deal. So the first thing they would do is seek a preliminary injunction, and that process can be much quicker than permanent. It can get resolved within about 4 or 5 months.
A lot of moving parts out there for this deal. Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers Discovery. I know folks in very, very nervous specifically in that last one block. Jennifer Reed, senior litigation analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Yes, we have litigation analysts for Bloomberg Intelligence. Why? Because they're critically important on these big M&A trades. As to whether these deals get done, what kind of timing is involved, what kind of concessions may be needed to win approval. So extremely important for Bloomberg clients here. S&P 500 down 85 points. The Dow down 300. NASDAQ off 500. That's 1.9%.
RGTZ.
All right, still hanging out the low of the day, Vinny. Okay, so again, one of the things I've been talking about over the last few weeks, and including yesterday, it felt like what was happening is we'd get this bounce, and all of the chips were up quite a bit yesterday. So it looked like institutions were taking the opportunity to reduce their exposure with the big drop that we had on Friday. So what we want to do is anytime we get a bounce at this point, we want to be reducing our exposure instead of taking new longs. Like yesterday I took a Apple 310, 315 call spread. I got plenty of time, if it does decide to bounce, but it stopped out nonetheless. So some of these longs looked really good, looked appetizing, but that's what your stop is for. So looking at the Dow Jones again, a lot of these stocks had been pulled back quite a bit, are starting to reverse. Home Depot, you can see the wick on there at the 50 days. So Home Depot. All right, so it's starting to dip. So if you're going to go long today, in the face of the market's probably pulling back 3.5 to 4%. If you're going to do that, then you want to get your best entries. So you want to get this looks pretty good. I got to say, I was thinking about Home Depot. Do I want to do it today, or can I wait until tomorrow? I mean, what's one day, right? If I want to day trade, it's a different story. But if I want to looking for a long setup for a swing, I'd wait until we get above the 50-day. 50-day is already starting to flatten out. Okay, last time I got the 50-day, got rejected right here. This time it gets above, that's going to tell you the bulls are probably in control. So I can start to accumulate a position if we can get the markets to start the bounce. But the markets are not cooperating right now. So it just seems, I think everybody's probably thinking the same thing, right? They're looking at the 50-day going, wow, we're headed to the 50-day. That would be my guess. And a 50-day would be a pretty decent pullback. Okay, so that would set us up for the run into July. It's about a 5.5% pullback. That's within the norm, right? Okay. All right. So Friday we were down 2%, more than 2.5%, I believe it was. Okay, so 5.5. By the time we get there, it's probably gonna be closer to 5%. I would say the 50-day is probably catching up. I don't want to extrapolate anything yet. It's probably about a 5% pullback. All right, so we're not doing much of anything. I got to take about a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
hybrid was the good business cash all the time. And so much we appreciated. And the NASDAQ trading off here on 1.7%, so about 6% for the last several days. It's a pretty good one that really has to go. About 930.
So you're saying that I don't know. We're skeptical.
Again, if I were running the books in this one, I would be nervous to this take. But again, this might be just buying the line. Let's get back to the geopolitics here. We still have month four in conflict with Iran. President Trump has said yet again just recently that he can but he said that many times.
Thanks for that. It's really good questions. Look, I think the issues are so complicated and the negotiations so extremely broken. So right now, the best we can look for is dead end. It's one or two big memorandum of understanding, more or less never set. It identifies as far as that might contain some parameters, negotiating parameters that the Americans and the Iranians might strive to find a way to begin easing the middle blockade, which is costing the Iranians $500 billion and opening the straits. And through this period of negotiation, which is going to take much longer, which can succeed, is going to address the other issues in this conflict, the high-end uranium, what to do about Iran's state assets, what about nuclear security guarantees, what about enrichment. All of these issues are undermined by two things. The absence of trust in companies. And what we've seen in Lebanon over the course of the last several days is the possibility that if the main event, that is to say the U.S. Iranian MOU, memorandum of understanding, doesn't close, Lebanon can be split. The Washington
Lebanon be separated, or is that forever linked in these negotiations?
too late for that because I think as part of the ultimate deal, the Iranians are going to say to President Trump, look, we'll sign this thing, maybe they'll also lay out, but we need a comprehensive ceasefire right now. And Trump believes that in fact, that agreement could get him out of this war, he could somehow spin it in. He's going to call up Mr. Trump and he's going to say, look, we need a real ceasefire. And that's 3 weeks from now. And because Netanyahu is the longest running prime minister in the history of the state of Israel, ruled the country, controlled the country 15 of the last 17 years, just elected in October, cannot win, in my definition, in terms of more popular nuclear review, cannot win without major work singing his praise of one Donald Trump. And Trump calls it now and says ceasefire, and nothing else means it.
He's in the business of ensuring criminal offenders in the Middle East. I don't care what piece of work you do. I'm not going to do that. I trust this. You would like to send out a Boston brother with an RPG?
Nope. I think that the Iranians have recognized the Argentine, which is what we need to elect. They may in fact agree over time that they can stay up and got enormous numbers of long-term carriers, thousands of ships on one insurance companies can fail to insure if the Iranians threaten to launch drones. Smart money is already, the Iraqis and Emiratis are constructing alternative pipelines to Saudi Arabia, West, and we're providing $7 million a day. That's going to take time, but it is absolutely essential to invest in renewables and find alternate energy delivered What do you do about mental stress and the question of using ammonia and urea? You know, I just think taking a hundred with our family body.
As you point out, in a place where geography dictates the outcome, can Iran outlast its enemies?
As long as the regime finds some way to compensate that there may be funds for reconstruction. The sanctions were unfortunate accidents in order to deal with the electricity, the water, the hyperinflation that's occurring because 90% of their imports are seaborne. Yeah, they have nuclear testing through the railway safety, but no, the conflict needs to come to its end. It's true, there's no question about it. It's just that, conflict is such extent. So the guys who are running this country, who control the oil, the money that comes, the information, and the nuclear. These guys, it's not just power. It's preserving their existence. And what remains of the United States, not the same things for us, certainly not for the president of the United States. So that really survives functionality and by depending
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Always appreciate getting some time from you. Aaron David, Bearish, senior fellow. S&P 500 down 75 points. The Dow off 250. NASDAQ off 40 points. That's 1.7%. Off this.
Equity indices built on opinions. That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are all responsive to changes in the market, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
I'm Lindsey Graham, and I approve this message. Gavin was my oldest of three sons. Gavin was a victim of online sextortion. Someone pretended to be a girl at a neighboring college. He jumped off video games at midnight to tell his friends, I'm going to chat with this girl. About 1:40 a.m., Gavin walked into our bathroom in the hallway and shot himself. The first time I met with Senator Graham, it wasn't a politician who was a constituent. It was somebody that really understood as he went in.
5.7. S&P, a little bounce. I would assume bear flags. Assume this is going to go lower. It would be lovely to see a bounce back to VWAP. If that happens, I would be looking to reduce my exposure on anything that I might have taken recently that doesn't have enough time. If you're out beyond August, September, you're probably pretty safe option-wise. 50 days looming there. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, June the 9th. Just watching the markets take out the Friday low. Got a nice little bounce yesterday. What seems to be working right now are more defensive names like Coca-Cola. That's on the watch list. That's up quite a bit. All right. This morning, up another 1.77%. It's up about 2% since we started looking at that for a trade. Last week, it bounced as well on Friday. Kimberly-Clark, another one, KMB, Procter & Gamble. All right, all these defensive stocks are seeing a lot of inflows. Coca-Cola, McDonald's, we talked about a few minutes ago. 3M, Honeywell, Nike off the high of the day. Home Depot looking pretty good, right? Home Depot's looking okay. It's got to get above the 50 day. All right, so right now we're just waiting for the S&P to tell us whether we're going to just continue to move lower, we're going to bounce, what are we going to do? If we bounce, I would suggest reducing your exposure. That'd be the first thing to look at doing. Okay, what's IWM doing? IWM, that pulled back. Axon, Shopify. That was up yesterday, right? Shopify? Yeah. Got rejected at the 50-day. Consolidating, it looks like. The optical connector companies, AAOI, LITE, those were up yesterday. Those are down again today. GLW. Okay, that looks like it's testing the 50-day. GLW. Do I want to exit that? August. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take that off. August, GLW. Trade. Monitor. GLW. So it's June, July. We got looking for a nice bounce. We don't have anything yet. S&P. All right. Do we just rolled over, took another low? Bear flags or what you should anticipate? Okay, let's look at hedge flows. Hedge flows rolling off. We know what the dealers are doing. The dealers are selling. VIX is spiking now, I would imagine. VIX is up on the day. Retracing what we lost yesterday. This is headed higher. I got the June 22s that expire next week. I didn't take any of those off, so that's working out as a hedge. Okay. Google. Okay, Google did dip a little bit. Google. All right, back. It's still consolidating for the past 6 days. Google. All right, we'll continue to move lower. S&P. Let's see what these reverse funds look like. SPXS. Big move here, SPXS. Okay. All right, so I've been looking at SPXS. I bought some SPXS for a hedge. UNM. UNM. What is UNM? UNM. Unum Group. What do they do? What do they do? UNM. UNM. Okay. UNM. General Business Corporation provides insurance, non-insurance services through subsidiaries. Okay. Earnings are okay. See some big trades going off on this one. This is rising pretty good. Not interested in longs at the moment. I did take some SPXS. Okay, Home Depot. All right, so just remember, it is June. You got August, September, October, potentially for hurricanes. We hadn't had anything bad on the East Coast lately. So Home Depot might be worth a shot. I agree with you, Corey. What would be? Okay, let's take a look at Home Depot. Home Depot, let's see. Let me just do a scan on Home Depot. I do like what I see on Home Depot as well. So we're on the same page, Home Depot. All of these have pulled back during the year and now could be seeing some reasons to get long. Let's see. For our new long setup, Home Depot. The optimal structural approach utilizes September or October 26 monthly expiration, focusing on the 310 or 330 strikes. 310 or 330 strikes. 330 makes sense. 310s are in the money. 310 or 330 for October. Let's look at October on Home Depot. October 330s. 330s. Okay, let me just shift this to
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Can the speaker get to the president? Welcome to the Tuesday edition as Mike Johnson makes tracks to the White House today in hopes of disarming President Trump's pick for the Director of National Intelligence, which threatens to force the expiration of FISA by the end of this week. We're going to get the latest from Bloomberg's Tyler Randall and from Mike Gordon, our Capital Influence team. It's primary day in Maine, along with a couple of
330.
As Democrats put their money on Brent today, a new polling on the Texas Senate race just out. Cliff Young from Ipsos.
October. Let's look at November. 330s. Not a whole lot going on there, right? No. Okay. $330s. There's not a whole lot of open interest. That's the only problem. What I would like to do something with options. Okay, Apple, Microsoft, everything is down. The SPACEX, that's a short on the S&P 500. That is a hedge. Okay. Home Depot. Okay, it's January. See a lot of open interest there. 330. Buy. 330. January. All right. Markets continue to show weakness, so I'd be hedging and not doing much on the long side at this point. Okay, unfortunately, I have to take about a 15-minute break. I'm not looking for a big bounce at the moment. Okay, so give me about 15. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I have to run to the store real quick and pick up a cake that we had made for my son for his birthday yesterday. They screwed it up, so we're going to give it to him today. All right, so I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, June the 9th, a little after 12 p.m. I will be right back.
Bearish reversal in Micron and other stocks that we're going to be watching throughout the day. Things started higher, not too sure what's going on at the moment, but a lot of these stocks, as Charlie pointed out, are pointing lower. And if you ask Bank of America, it's already over. Amazing call here. Too many red flags, according to strategists led by Savita Subramanian. This came out after the bell yesterday. The headline on the client note, take profits. It's chilling to read through this, especially if you're long in this market. 70% of bear market signals have been triggered, according to the researchers at BFA, in line with the average observed during prior market peaks. The benchmark S&P 500 statistically expensive on 17 of 20 metrics. Trades rich versus its tech bubble metrics on 8 of them. So maybe you shouldn't be too surprised to see this. Even as oil prices tick lower. Look at that crude oil in New York in the 80s. Brent actually dipped into the 80s for just a moment. And that's helping to pull back interest rates. So it looks like just about everything is tipping lower today. Thanks for joining us on the Tuesday edition. We're just getting started here. Live in Washington, I'm Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio, on Satellite Radio Channel 121, and always streaming live on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. We've got a lot to talk about, beginning with the situation in Iran that, of course, the market is keying off of for better or worse every day. Remembering that we were not in a great place over the weekend with Israel and Iran actually shooting at each other. The president demanding it stop. Markets yesterday feeling buoyant, seeing it happen. Now the president's going a step further, using a good bullet. Look at the Knicks game last night. We'll talk more about that. What did he say? 2, 3, 4 days? We could, in fact, have a deal signed. Feel the optimism. Here's the president last night.
We have ongoing negotiations with Iran that hasn't stopped. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing. We could be into it.
2 or 3 days. Is 2 or 3 days to get 2 weeks? He did say, talking to reporters, oh, we could have at least an idea 1 or 2 days from now. Well, that's now. Maybe this could be a really newsy day. We have no idea. Which is why we ask Tyler Kendall every day to try to answer these questions. And she's with us right now. In fact, we're going to cut both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue in on this one. Tyler Kendall, and then we'll talk to Mike Dorning about what's taking place on Capitol Hill. Because, of course, as I mentioned, the Speaker of the House was in the West Wing today. Is he still there? Is he not? We don't know. Maybe Tyler does. She came over to the White House to talk to us after the president laid down a marker last night. Is he up, by the way? He must be really tired after the late night.
There were some posts this morning.
So he's up with those.
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
2, 3, 4. What are we doing with the timeline right now?
Well, actually, our colleague Anne-Marie Verdern asked him directly if he meant 2 or 3 weeks, and he said, no, I mean days.
Yeah.
It is very clear that the White House is trying to be as committed as possible towards a diplomatic deal, Joe. I mean, the president got personally involved in the latest round of negotiations between Israel and Iran, and we did see some positive movement on at least that front, because both sides did come out and say that they would stop shooting at each other for now to give you another timeline, date to circle on the calendar. The president did say last night that he thinks that he can hold them off from shooting at each other for at least another week. So then that maybe muddles the timeline a little further. But we know that this is still giving the opportunity for the risk of escalation, because the IRGC came out and said, yes, we'll hold off for now, but if Israel continues its operation in Lebanon, then there is the threat that we could see kinetic action again. And so far, Israel is continuing those operations against the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah, which they say is a separate front in this conflict, and that they haven't achieved their full military objectives when it comes to Hezbollah. So that puts the risk on people, but it's the White House's stance that they are in conflict. So you can't say that a person familiar with the matter confirms to Bloomberg News that there are active discussions happening this week. They characterize them as intense, that they continue to be mediated by peace.
Wow. This is actual human beings at a table, not passing paper across an ocean, right? As we understand. This is face to face.
I don't know if it's face to face. I don't think our reporting goes that far yet.
Very gray area right now.
Exactly where we stand. And we've heard the red lines from the U.S. We've also have heard what's going to remain on the table while they do keep negotiating, which is that the economic pressure campaign will continue. The president has made pretty clear that the U.S. naval blockade isn't going anywhere, something that Iran has demanded needs to be lifted. In fact, I'm sure you saw the headlines earlier today. CENTCOM confirmed that it had targeted and hit an empty oil tanker with apparent links to the Iranian oil trade. And we know that also risks, again, the idea that escalation in the Strait of Hormuz still remains effectively shut. Energy Secretary Christopher Wright earlier today did say that and losses in momentum, but also we should say now there's a risk in the Red Sea, because the Iranian-backed proxies and Houthis in Yemen say that they could make efforts to ban Israeli ships from that corridor, and what that means for commercial shipping is still unknown.
We also lost a helicopter, we should note. An Apache helicopter went down near the Strait of Hormuz. The president was asked about it last evening. He said the pilots are fine. He's a crew of 2. We still don't know what happened, what downed the chopper, whether it was shot down or had some sort of mechanical problem. The president did suggest there be a report today, so we'll let you know if we hear more about that. I want to bring Mike Dorning in, Tyler, because both of your beats collide today. You can meet in the center of Pennsylvania Avenue on this one. The Speaker of the House went to the White House to talk to the president, not about Iran, but about FISA. Iran being the backdrop of this debate around the warrantless spying powers that are about to expire on Friday. Mike Dorning, the rub here is a guy named Bill Pulte, which the president is tapped as his DNI. A lot of Republicans are uncomfortable with this. Certainly Democrats are on Capitol Hill. The Speaker changed the president's mind on this.
Well, we don't really know what even the speaker's going to ask the president to do, much less what the president would do. But the problem here is basically a lot of Republicans have their doubts about FOMC, but more importantly, Democrats don't trust him because he basically used his powers of his prior job or his other current job, I should say, to go after people like Reserve governors and such with perceived enemies of Trump. So they don't really want to give him this expansive power to wiretap anyone in the world outside the U.S. And central US versus
SMCZ.
as well. So
APLZ.
they're at a standoff.
SLGB.
This power, which has been controversial anyway. There's a bunch of
RGTZ.
Republicans who have
PABS may resume unless SNTQ.
Democrats
DAMD.
who have reservations about it. Whether the Democrats would be willing to grant the other Republicans to
CCTG may resume unless
expire.
That's the case. What are we supposed to do? So thought that maybe the president announced a permanent
That's not
they might find temporary
Well, actually, it seems like maybe there was semi-majority nominee to speak to reporters earlier today. He said that the HMA wanted to let out, and he seemed to suggest that he could get a longer-term announcement, which is in line and acting director that will have to go through that congressional process to get Senate approved. So he basically intends to job get that
ASTN.
so he doesn't
MBXY. DAMD.
and Republicans do want to see this
STCTG may res intensa ALZ. QETZ. TECS. SNTQ. RGTZ.
Just got a minute left, Mike. Reconciliation is a more immediate matter. We're going to get a vote today.
That's the plan.
Mike Johnson have votes.
SOXS.
We'll see. He says he's confident he can prevail. He'll be in
DAMD.
early in the afternoon on this procedural matter.
QETZ.
That'll probably be a good test. And then the plan is that in the afternoon, as the $70 billion.
Not too bad. President said he wanted to discuss the first two. The ninth.
RGTZ.
Big thanks to both of you, Tyler Kendall, Mike Doherty, getting us started on the stories that matter most today in Washington. We're walking up on a big primary night here. We're going to turn to that news next. Maine and several other states are voting right now. This is the Graham Plattner primary that he's expected to win easily. We're going to talk to Cliff Young, who's got some new numbers on the campaign trail, including the latest on that Senate race in Texas. It's only on
QETZ. RGTZ. SQQQ. QETZ. UBXY. MSTZ. RGTZ.
easy.
And vaulted down. SOXS. INZ. TECS. LITZ. NBIZ. DAMD. UBXY.
It is 4:31 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Bloomberg, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red, and we are at the close of the day. Rotation is seeing investors move from richly priced tech names to more economically sensitive industries. The stocks right now selling off big time, down 7.3%, taking a lot of high-profile chip names with a bottom line. We got NASDAQ down 3% right now. NASDAQ 100 index down 3.3%. S&P keeping it all in context down another 129 points. S&P down 1.8%. Dow Industrials down 383. That is a drop of 0.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 2.5%. Again, the stocks down 7.2%. All of this with an elevated VIX. The VIX now back above 52. The 10-year 4.52%. The 2-year 4.11%. We've got 30-year holding at 5.8%. Spot gold down $71 the ounce to $43.58. An ounce of the precious metal now down by 1.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude selling off down 5.2%. WTI 86.50 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, on just above 90 a barrel, down by 4.4%. Earnings news: Vail Resorts has cut its net income guidance for the full year, attributing the reduction to historically challenging weather conditions. That would be record snowfall and warm weather. Company uses the ticker MTN. It is down by 4.2%. The jelly and coffee maker J.M. Smucker posted fourth quarter profits that beat Wall Street expectations. That stock surging on a down day for much of the market. Right now, shares of J.M. Smucker up by 11.8%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 1.8%, NASDAQ down 3%, NASDAQ 100 index down 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. Our next market update coming up in just about 17 minutes. Bloomberg Business Markets.
We'll all be listening, Charlie, every day. He's a big part of this program. We'll have Charlie back here momentarily to take another reading on the markets that have not been doing very good today. New lows in session, which was down 129 points. Maybe there was more to that. Some made it out to interesting session here. As we keep our eyes on voting that's taking place in a number of states around the country, yes, including Maine. They're not the only ones. We've got 4 states in play today. But yeah, that's this Senate race. And Democrats' hopes and dreams of flipping the Senate seat in Maine are critical to their hopes of taking control of the Senate. If they can't pull this off and actually beat Susan Collins, many would argue the rest of the map doesn't matter. They've got to get this one in the bag. And of course, it's now beyond the primary race on the Democratic side. Well, I guess on either side. After the governor dropped out of his thing. Janet Mills, by the way, still on the ballot. We'd like you to remember that. LPW. As Graham Plattner cruises to what appears to be a coronation here for the Democrats in Maine, knowing that he has been dealing, of course, with a great deal of controversy that has been, in some cases, aired out on this program. We haven't gone too deep into this, but you've heard about the text. You heard about the New York Times report about his relationship with a number of women who have come forward. And by the way, they put that into an ad that's already running up there. And it's going to be a very expensive and probably a very negative race between these two. As the posts from Reddit come back around, the interviews with some of these women who have actually sat in front of cameras. And you've got a number of folks on the Democratic side, beginning with Ro Khanna, who went all the way up there, Congressman from California, has got presidential ambitions, to say he believes in redemption. This is being compared to the Senate race in Texas, though. And Paxton, of course, concerning a lot of Republicans about whether he has the stuff or too much baggage to be elected in the general contest. We're going to air out both of these races. First with Brooke Sutherland, who's joining us from Boston, and then with Cliff Young from Ipsos. He's got new numbers on the Texas race. Brooke is our bureau chief in our great Boston bureau, my old hometown, but the best view of Beacon Hill anywhere in Boston. Brooke, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Balance of Power. How are you looking at this race? If not one today, that doesn't matter so much. Did Janet Mills make a dent at the last minute?
No, I think it does matter a lot. And I think, for Democrats, what they're really looking for is voter turnout and what that margin of victory is for Graham Platter. He is very likely to the Democratic nomination, but that margin is really going to matter. The latest poll that we have shows Platter with 75% support and Mills with 10%. That is after Mills has suspended Richmond Hayes before the recent reports about the text messages that are women during his marriage and his relationships with some of his ex-girlfriends. And so I think if Mills can substantially close that gap, and we see a really strong showing for her, that's going to be a signal to national Democrats that they might have a problem here. And they're already worried about their chances, in terms of being able to continue to gain momentum in Maine and get those forces that they need to get a majority of the midterms. But I think if you see a really tight margin here, that's going to raise those concerns even more.
Pretty remarkable timing to see yesterday's op-ed in the Washington Post from Genevieve McDonald, former Maine state rep, former political director for Graham Plattner's Senate campaign. The headline is, I'm sure you saw this book, I know firsthand why Graham Plattner should not be a U.S. senator. Do stories like these, or do columns like these matter at this point, or the people of Maine feel like they know what they need to know about Graham Plattner?
Our Boston Morning Power reporter Greg Ryan is actually on the ground today in Maine, talking about the overwhelming sentiment that Maine has gotten back to the they're not happy about the steady
and may resume in less than a minute.
but they're willing to vote for him because it's so important to them to topple Susan Collins, who is seeking a sixth term, and get those Democrats on the board in this election. So I think this team, nobody's happy about this. I think this is a number that they really can look past it and focus on his message. But he is finding a lot of support in a campaign that's focused on criticism of billionaires and the political establishment. He's called for universal health care, higher taxes on the rich, and he's really tapping into that voter anger around rising costs and people in Washington who don't necessarily seem to be making it better. And so I think you do see people now sort of put his personal past in one corner and really focus on the I think it depends on what the margin of victory is. So Maine does have ranked choice voting, but that will come into play if somebody fails to get more than 50%. I think if we see that, it's a disastrous night for Graham Platter.
HPA, I malted down.
Wow, all right. So, come on tomorrow. I want to talk this out with you. This is fascinating, Brooke. Thank you. With us live from Boston, Brooke Sutherland, our bureau chief in the great town, as we add the voice of Cliff Young, aforementioned, from Ipsos, U.S. Public Affairs Chair. He's also visiting professor of political science at Texas A&M University's Bush School of Government and Public Service, and they're out with their first poll here on the state of Texas. And I want to seize on that Senate race that we've been discussing. Cliff, it's great to see you. Welcome.
It's great to be here.
Texas Pulse poll. This thing looks cool. You guys did a great job, and I congratulate you on it. You've got a 3-point lead for James Talarico right now, which is fascinating in a state like Texas. How do we rationalize this, if not reflecting and impacting Paxton's home baggage?
Yeah, it's if you look at the poll from the data
across the board. You know, Texas is a red state, right? It has been red state before, it has been today. You look at the other races, both gubernatorial and down ballot races, it's all red, but not this race specifically. And I think there's a twofold reason. On the one hand, you have cost of living, that's the number one issue. It is weighing down on Texans like all Americans. But you also have a high quality candidate in Tallarico. He's a good product. He resonates, and that's what we're seeing today in the poll.
Really interesting. Paxton's got time, but a lot of people know Ken Paxton, right? Do either of these candidates need to invest in name recognition after the primaries that they went through?
Yeah, so the primaries are important. They raise name recognition, popularity. But the first bit of the campaign will teach you reintroducing their bios, who they are, what they've done, you know, how they're sort of linked to Texas in an important way. Tallarico has more of a ceiling. There's 50% of Texans that say they don't know much about them at all. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing because all you have to do is show your bio to Tallarico. It could be a bad thing because Paxton and Republicans can fill that vacuum with negative points.
So they're both trying to identify each other, right? You keep hearing Paxton, you're interested in Negan and Tallarico and the rest. But a lot of Texans became very familiar with Ken Paxton through his very public endorsement impeachment, right? So a lot of his identification has already been put into the mold. Did he change perceptions in the months ahead?
Well, the experience is that typically someone like Paxton that's well known, that has baggage, is very difficult to sort of shape it, right? Really the strategy is, I think the other one as being problematic, to paint Tallarico as being weird, let's say, different, a liberal, a progressive, sort of, you know, these bad words. And that would be the specific strategy of the campaign. Again, independent of the result, Tallarico is a talent. He has a lot of interesting attributes, and that's why we see what the results do.
This is, of course, following
yeah, you don't have the majority of Texans saying they like it, 37%,
which is fine, because they started a national trend.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's really something that was done with consensus of the political class, which is primarily Republican establishment. You do have a super majority percent of Republican agreeing with but overall, when you take into consideration Democrats and independents, they don't like it so much. And like everywhere else, there's a bit of pros and cons. Maybe with the politics, there probably is a good thing.
Well, I have to check gas prices every day. I talk about the campaign, and they have been trending lower, $4.16 today. Still, however, above $4. They have $3.62 in Texas. This cost of living is not the issue of living.
It's by far the issue. It is affordability of living, and having problems making ends meet. With the caveat that Texans feel better off than the average American. So the Texans on average, 45, 46% of the time, 44 day on the poll, say that basically we're on the right track. When you look at America and as a whole, almost in America, say they're on the right track. So Texans feel like they're relatively safe, but still making it.
The Trump endorsement sure meant a lot, as John pointed out. This was a blowout for Ken Paxton after the president came full very
where in the United States in general, it's below 40%. That's the tipping point. We talked about that a lot. Difficult to get things through. But in Texas, specifically, that 46% rating is strong. Now, he's especially strong on the border. Texans give him that credit, that due. But he's weakest opposite.
Fresh numbers, new research on his brand new book, Cliff Young, Texas A&M. Fascinating, great clip. Thank you, as always. Subscribe to the podcast if you want to go back through these numbers. We'll assemble our panel next.
All right, just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. If you're concerned about the markets and you have too much exposure, consider SPACEX. That's short the S&P 500.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
RGTZ, IONC, HIBS, SSG, SQQQ. RGTZ, RKLZ, TECS, HIBS, DAMD. CRCD and may resin 10 NC, MSTZ, EAPS may resume in less than a minute, QETZ, UBIX, UBXY,
Low tick alert minus 800.
TECS, HZ may resume in less than a minute, RKLZ, TZN, CRCD.
So we just got an alert. Just got an alert that the Iranians hit something because the U.S. is about to retaliate.
market intensifying. Right now, we've got the S&P 500 index down 2.2%, dropping 161 points. The VIX, by the way, now surging to above 23. We've got NASDAQ down 932 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index dropped there 3.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 535, now dropped there 1.1%. So these headlines proving to be the latest catalyst to send stocks lower. Fast-moving markets, fast-moving developments. We can cover as we get more right here on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Again, underscoring, we do have the VIX at 23 right now. The SOX selling off down 8.5%. Already before these headlines, a weekday for tech names, specifically semis. We have the SOX now down by 8.3%. 10-year, 4.54% for 2-year, 4.14% for 30-year, 5.02%. Spot gold is down $87 the ounce to $42.42, dropped 2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.7%. 88.88 for a barrel of WTI, barrel of Brent right now at 92.27. Brent crude down by 2.1%. We are seeing crude oil carrying further losses. Bitcoin, meanwhile, holding just below $61,000, down 3.9%. So again, recapping and repeating, President Trump says Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter last night, and the U.S. must respond to that. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and Joe Matthews. So Bloomberg News subscribe.
All right, Charlie, that certainly changed the day, and it's pretty interesting to see how the markets turned right before this news broke. It's coming from Truth Social. What Charlie just reported, this is a big deal. We woke up to news this morning that
50 days within reach now.
is not clear why. The president telling reporters last evening that both members of the crew were fine, had been rescued, but now we learn more. I have just been informed by our great military who writes that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured, he writes. Nevertheless, this is a big deal. The United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. At new lows for the session now, with the NASDAQ down 3.5%, S&P 500 down over 2%, and a VIX suddenly at 23. This is a very different looking market, albeit it's already negative at the start of this 12 sharply lower now. Bitcoin just above 61,000. Interest rates remain slightly lower, with the 2-year at 4.13 and the 10-year at 4.54. This is a breaker. We're going to get to the panel on this because we want to hear from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. But let's first compare notes with Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, back here with us in our DC bureau now that this is broken. Tyler, how should we read into the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack?
Well, there's could be veering towards kinetic action again. We should say President Trump has previously said when asked of his threat.
These talking heads are too funny. All right, this is continuing to move lower.
Well, why is the case of this idea that their military is totally defeated, knowing, of course, that all it takes is a shoulder-fired missile or even a smaller armed down a helicopter like this if they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. But you wonder, Tyler and the president will speak publicly about this today, further lifespan.
We hadn't heard from him really. A couple of Century Social earlier this morning. Today's also primary day, so I think that maybe we just don't weigh in that regard. But I think that we should expect the president very likely will give us an update. CENTCOM may give us an update after any such attack has happened. We heard that earlier today when CENTCOM since the main point in this Washington U.S. Energy sites, something that we spoke about before the ceasefire had been in place. So what the U.S. chooses to target by retaliation will tell us a lot about perhaps the trajectory of escalation we could see. If it is infrastructure or if it is military targets that the U.S. hasn't already gone after in its military capacity.
Thank you so much. I know you're going to be back in our second hour to do some reporting. I appreciate you jumping in here very much so. As we prepare to assemble our panel, remember the president spoke to reporters last evening when he said that both were fine. We knew there had been a successful rescue operation. We just did not know what down that chopper. And the fact of the matter is, the president was still at that point speaking optimistically on his way back from the Knicks game in New York last evening about peace talks. Here's what he said.
We have ongoing negotiations with Iran that hasn't stopped. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the streets will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing. We could be into it.
2 or 3 days. Not feeling so much like that now. As we assemble our political panel, Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis and Jeannie Shantino are with us. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick is our Republican strategist, a partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, is it back to war?
I don't think we've ever actually left war. I mean, we've had various moments of non-kinetic activity, not really.
And AI is creating structural changes in the memory market. Time now for the breakdown. For that, let's welcome in George Sillis, senior markets correspondent with an eye on Micron today. So earlier, Micron was higher. It is now lower, along with that clawing that we're seeing in the tech sector. You got mixed views out from the analyst community. Goldman is like, we're neutral on this one, but raising the price target. UBS is still standing by that massively higher price target. How do you break all this down, George?
Well, look, this is a situation where first off, the market is creating sort of a cascading effect on the high flyers, and we're seeing that across the board in the technology stack. This market was extended to begin with, so mean reversion is effectively something that's almost guaranteed over time in markets, and that's basically what we're seeing here. Now, if you look at Micron, its stock itself, it seems to be nesting right now around the 20-day moving average, but many stocks which have actually breached that level are probably going to their 50-day moving averages, which is still positive trend, but nonetheless, it's mean reversion. If you look at the analyst calls on Micron, I can certainly see why there's just a wide variance between some of the highs and lows on this name. I mean, first off, it's an extremely cyclical company, deeply cyclical company. And this also includes the storage manufacturers, NAND flash manufacturers like SanDisk, for instance, or Western Digital or Seagate, because they typically don't do what they're doing as of the last couple of years, because they're more commodity in nature, types of technologies, which are not secular nature, they're very cyclical. If you look at the EPS numbers and sales numbers, just some context for Micron, last year was around $48 billion in sales. This year, they're estimated to earn in sales now $110 billion, next year $180 billion. EPS numbers this year, $59 a share, next year $109. So we're talking about doubles in revenues, more than doubles in EPS on a forward basis. And that matches the price action we've seen as of late. But the challenge lies in a few things. That if you look at what NVIDIA is doing, and of course the endorsement, for instance, that Jensen Huang has for companies that are in the photonics and interconnect technology businesses. You look at Coherent, Marvell. I think what's happening here is because there's such an extreme shortage in the memory space that there's technologies out there that help alleviate the bypass or alleviate the needs for so much memory. And that includes connecting storage, NAND storage versus DRAM storage. NAND storage, of course, is more permanent storage, but slower than DRAM storage, which has less latency, but it doesn't have essentially memory that holds over time and holds on, situations. So just because it's going on So it's about technologies out there are looking at DRAM's correction. DRAM identifying supplies. At the same time, the demand for DRAM is tremendous. So my point is that I can see why the analysts are very mixed because of the cyclical nature of the businesses. Demand is still very high, supply is still tight. But I think the other thing is SK Hynix and Samsung are looking to ramp up supplies tremendously because of demand, and that could actually pressure Micron going forward. So overall, the trend is still positive. The earnings and revenues on a forward basis are still very robust, but you have to consider the sensitivity of these names because they're high beta in nature, and you can't really look at valuations either, because if you look at the forward earnings multiple for Micron based on next year's earnings, it's trading at 8 times earnings. Extremely low, yes, but they always trade low because they're cyclical in nature, these businesses like Micron, West Digital, and so forth.
All right, great analysis there. Thank you, George. That's George Sillis, our senior markets correspondent with the breakdown on Micron. So let's get Tom and Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. Tom, you got the example trade in Micron. You just heard George's breakdown, and obviously he pointed out what's going on with regard to the 20-day moving average and what to watch out for with regard to the 50-day moving average. What's the approach you're taking?
Yeah, you take a look at, you can start looking at the numbers today, right? The stock hit a high of nearly $589 or $989. It's trading $862 at this point. So what, $130 in one day? It's reversed. It's down 9% today. But then you look at it this year, it's up 201% just this year. It's up 674% over the last 12 months. So you gotta take these moves with a grain of salt.
If I was working for Goldman Sachs or another firm, I'd be looking for the 50-day. I'd be looking to do something at the 50-day. I wouldn't be doing anything at the moment, just watching markets pull back. Maybe we're short SPACEX or something like that. But yeah, just watching the markets. A lot of stocks from the Dow Jones doing just fine. Okay, Home Depot is up 3.5%. Procter & Gamble, all the defensive names we mentioned in the weekend video, plus the stocks on the watch list that are from the defensive and cyclical group. These are all doing well. Coca-Cola is up $2 at the moment. McDonald's coming off the low. So McDonald's looking good.
So look at a short neutral to bullish put vertical here. It's kind of wide. It's not compared to the price of the stock, but in the June 18th monthly options expire 9 days. Sell the 840 put, and then against it buy the 820 put. Now,
yeah, McDonald's doing really well.
Trading about a $5 credit. It's trading about $8.70 right now because the stock has continued to move to the downside. You might be able to sell the 770 or 780, 760 put vertical for $5 right now because the price of the stock has moved down so low. So keep that in mind when putting these on. You have to pick a stock price that you think it's going to stay above when selling out of the money put verticals. But if you collect a $5 credit, that's what you can make. $500 per spread with $1,500 in risk on that. If you collect $870, you can make $870 on that with about $1,230 in risk. So keep that in mind. As the stock moves lower, you're going to collect more credit on it. But Kevin, it takes your break even if you collect $5 credit down to $835 to the downside. But it's warranted to stay risk defined in big, high-priced name stocks like these. But these type of strategies also give you exposure to the upside while still staying relatively conservative or passive in your direction.
Yeah, exactly right. You can add risk to verticals, right? By what we were just talking about, moving that strike closer or making them wider. But the key is to stay risk defined because
okay, McDonald's, yeah, that looks good. McDonald's at the high, just off the high of the day. McDonald's looks like it could come back a little bit to 283 or so, 282. Watching that. S&P continues to pull back. All right, so these stocks are performing fairly well. Johnson & Johnson, another one from the watch list. I believe I put it on it, didn't I? I believe I did. Pretty sure I put J&J on there. Yes, J&J, K-View, a lot of these stocks from the defensive sectors and cyclicals on the watch list. Let's see, AbbVie pushing higher. Abbott Labs, ABT. Okay, Abbott Labs also had that one on the watch list. It is trying to push through the 50-day. Abbott Labs. A lot of these stocks are down on the year and are reversing. Most likely will continue.
So, are you willing to collect more credit for less risk? That's going to be closer to where the current share price is, or do you want to reset the strikes based on higher probabilities of success on trades like this, Diane?
All right. Good stuff there. We've got flip vertical as the example trade there for Micron shares are lower amid this broad-based sell-off that we are seeing on Wall Street today. With
90.95 Abbott Labs.
This after starting the session higher. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market.
EBT.
Alongside Tom White and Kevin Haynes. Download the Schwab Network app, available in the App Store, and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Stick around. We've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
90.
So what is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you. You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience. They help me fill in those gaps as an educator. People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using a platform.
So we want to
Okay, so defensive, cyclicals, those are the places to look right now. S&P looks like it might bounce a little bit. I have a feeling that institutions will probably be waiting at least till we get to the 50-day. I wouldn't be jumping back into these.
We will keep talking about AI. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels. Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
The Apache was shot down. Welcome to the Tuesday edition. As President Trump announces on social media, the U.S. Army helicopter that went down near the Strait of Hormuz last night was in fact downed by Iran. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington with breaking news today. The markets turned sharply lower, Kaylee, right before that announcement was made.
Yeah, it was already a down day being led by technology, semiconductors in particular getting hit hard, but clearly that risk-off sentiment is just being fueled further by the president's post. Not just that Iran shot down this helicopter, the two pilots of which we should know were successfully rescued, but that President Trump says the U.S. of necessity must respond to this attack. It will now become a question of what exactly that response looks like, and if it is in nature escalatory or attempts to be de-escalatory.
And exactly at this point, how we qualify a ceasefire, as it's been referred to now, weeks in the making, even though we have been shooting at each other periodically throughout that time. The president has not spoken publicly outside of this post. Kaylee, he did speak with reporters last evening, saying the crew, as you mentioned, were fine. But you wonder if he will address the nation on this, if in fact we are going to resume flight action.
Yeah, of course, it's just after he told reporters in the early hours after the Knicks game in New York that thought that this could be resolved in 2 to 3 days in terms of reaching a deal. He said that we're in the final throes, but is this event potentially something that could disrupt that process? We'll get the very latest from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in just a moment, but as Joe mentioned, this is market-moving news that the president is driving now. So let's get a check on these markets as we turn to Charlie Keller at the New York.
Well, there have been certainly heightened tensions in the Middle East, rattling markets. Let's get right to the numbers here, because we have a big move to the downside. The S&P down 1.7% right now, down 123. We're trading just off session lows. Dow Industrials down 400 on the Dow, drop there of 0.8%. But it was a down day before we got these latest headlines. As Kayla mentioned, a lot of weakness in semiconductor stocks. Nasdaq down 2.9% now.
All right, these bounces are most likely not reversals, but just short covering, people taking shorts off near the lows. So don't get trapped thinking long. Let's see what Trace looks like. Okay, hedge flows are trying to turn up. Okay, so I have the 33, I have the 22 call on VIX. Maybe I'll take some of those off. VIX 22s. All right, so I took some of those VIX 22s off for June. I'm out of VIX entirely right now, looking for a bounce in the markets, and maybe VIX pulls back a little bit after some of this news dissipates a bit more. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, June the 9th, a little after 1 p.m. We got a little bit less than 3 hours to go. The market's pulling back on that news of Iran shooting down a Black Hawk helicopter last night.
To the attack, as he describes it, Iranians shooting down an American Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, this casts some doubt that already may have been pre-existing, as well as to whether or not negotiations between the U.S. and Iran can prove successful. The president himself, when speaking to the press pool, traveling back from the Knicks game from New York to D.C. last night, still seemed optimistic about the prospects for a diplomatic breakthrough in the near term. This is how he characterized it.
We have ongoing negotiations with Iran that hasn't stopped. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days, the final throes of a very good deal. I wonder how that has changed now. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall has made her way from the White House back to our bureau here in Washington with this breaking story. Tyler, it's great to have you with us. Is this ceasefire ending now with this news, or do we not know?
There's really
All right, a lot of stocks are bouncing at the present time. So again, if we get a nice sustained bounce, it would be really nice to reduce our exposure.
Yes, that would contribute to his decision, but he said that his other red line is whether or not he felt that he could make a deal or make a deal fast enough. And that gives us a little bit more insight into how the administration has been doing the flare-up in fighting that we have seen since the ceasefire began, because the White House has made it absolutely clear that they want to prioritize diplomacy as that viable option. And as we just heard from the president, he did say that progress was being made, but this could
Added a bit more SPACEX, added a bit more.
the worst flare-up in fighting since the ceasefire was announced, when we saw that kinetic action between Iran and Israel. The next question, of course, is what does the U.S. response look like, and does the U.S. go after military targets, which has seemed to be the preferred course of action for the Trump administration, or do we see an escalation when it comes to maybe targeting infrastructure or energy sites? I will quickly point out, in that exchange of strikes between Israel and Iran over the weekend, Israel did hit a petrochemical facility in Iran, which was considered to be a rather big strike when we are talking about the range of options that could be in front of the U.S. Well, we're just getting a headline crossing from Axios, Tyler. Barack reporting, citing a U.S. official, that the investigation determined an Iranian drone hit the U.S. helicopter and got it to crash, but that U.S. official said the investigation still has not determined if it was intentional or not. And I would imagine that the U.S. would calibrate its response based on whether or not it was intentional.
Yeah, I think that's probably right for us to assume. Interesting that President Trump, though, came out, I guess, ahead of this report and without providing the fuller details, because it does seem that the U.S. does want to make it clear that we are going to respond in some regard to what would seem like an escalation regardless of intent. It raises questions on exactly how this happened and how service members were put at risk. But again, thankfully, it doesn't seem like it had escalated to that level, and they're safe.
All right, there's Tyler Kendall responding to this breaking news with us. Thank you so much. And of course, we'll see if we hear more from President Trump about this. Right now, it's all closed events on the schedule for the day. But obviously, his written words, if not spoken words, do have the power to move markets, as we've seen repeatedly, and we saw once again in this scenario. So for more on the market action, we turn to Bloomberg TV markets correspondent Nora Melinda, who's joining us from New York. So Nora, clearly we saw stocks falling to session lows. We're just off them now. How much of this can we attribute to expectation of and the president's post itself regarding Iran, and how much is this just once again a pretty painful rotation out of some technology stocks?
Well, we've been seeing the market lurching from headline to headline to headline. Of course, we know that the market was essentially thinking that we may see some easing of tension. So when you see headlines like this coming through, you're going to see the market reacting in a substantial way. You see the NASDAQ 100 earlier dropping as much as 4.1% in the session. As we know, this is just coming off of just last week. On Friday, the NASDAQ 100 seeing its worst day since Liberation Day of last year. So we're seeing a bit of a rotation, a sharp rotation out of tech. And what I find to be particularly interesting is that if you take a look under the hood of the S&P 500 right now, about 300 stocks are still in the green. So it really just talks and explains to you how heavy the concentration of tech names is when we think about leadership in the market. It's so heavily concentrated in these tech names that when you see some sort of pullback on their end, it actually affects the entire market. So we're still seeing some strength as people try to rely on some of the more economically sensitive sectors as we're really pulling away from tech.
It's a great point that you're making here, and to see us pulling off the lows like this, Nora, I don't know if it's even possible to qualify these moves in real time, but this headline that the Apache may have been downed unintentionally or accidentally somehow by this Iranian drone, is that seeming to lift some spirits in the market?
Well, it's interesting. I'm taking a look at kind of the breakdown right now. We know that, of course, tech in the S&P 500, as I'm pulling up SPACEX index IMAP, we see that tech is the worst performing sector, but the bright spots that I do want to call out for you: real estate, utilities, consumer staples. We know that real estate is what people always think about rates really being tied and impacting a name like real estate. So the fact that we're still seeing this in the green, it shows you that the market is essentially being decisive about which names they actually want to pull out of. And you're really seeing growth stocks seeing the brunt of the damage here. And especially as we just think about the broader leadership in the market, as I was laying out before, what my sources have been telling me is the fact that, you know, maybe this was expected. Maybe we need a little bit of a correction, especially as we think about some sort of broadening out of great returns outside of just tech.
Thank you so much. Markets correspondent Melinda live from World Headquarters in Manhattan. We thank you. Romaine's going to have a doozy of a market to review on the late edition of Balance of Power, but that's nothing new. In fact, Romaine brings us a very important conversation right now against the backdrop of this market. Romaine Bostic at the Mizuho Tech Conference underway right now in New York with the CEO of IBM. This is live on Bloomberg. Romaine, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. I am here with the CEO of IBM, Arvind Krishna, here at the Mizuho Technology Conference in Lower Manhattan. Great to have you here.
Pleasure to be here with you, Romaine.
Obviously, all the talk is about AI. We talk about digital AI. We talk about biological AI, physical AI. Everyone's already looking around the corner, including you, to quantum, which of course many people think is going to be the next big thing, something that IBM has been working on for years. 2 years ago, you laid out a relatively ambitious target that we would actually see quantum advantage using IBM hardware by the end of 2026. We're halfway through the year. Are we going to get there?
Absolutely. If I look at what some of our partners, like the treatment clinic are getting done, what the national labs, like Oakland are getting done, I can already see the early signs of what they're getting, the progress they're making.
When we talk about what that progress could mean, not only for the world of business and finance, but as an application through our society, is healthcare the first place to get this?
I think the materials or maybe simple molecules are the very first place, maybe organic materials as alternate for some of these things that are very hard to get. I use the word rare as a bit of fun over there. I think lubricants to maybe get more effective energy, maybe better EV batteries, and then small molecule drugs are there in the first step. But I also want to be equally excited about what we can do about modeling weather perhaps, and modeling flows to improve how chemical plants work, maybe aerodynamics to improve how vehicles and airplanes work. These are really, really exciting use cases.
I think that when we talk about actually starting to see something through the light on it's your primary research is that that process might be a little bit more elongated. Is there a disconnect between your ambitions and what you see from the scientific perspective?
No. So I'll take an example of what's happening on
Futures continue to rise a bit. So now they're talking about it wasn't on purpose.
I'm not smart enough, but I trust you.
Last November, that team could do 300 atom molecules. Okay, listen, that's big progress, 300, but you could probably do that on a normal supercomputer. So, okay, that's not one of our advantages. This April, they did 12,000 atoms. They did half of it.
It's too bad we didn't get down to the 50-day.
I think they're on the way to about 30,000 atoms already. So, 5.
I added the CBRX again at the low, CBRX.
Some of it from the hardware, some of it in algorithmic techniques that people are learning or what can work. By the way, at this size, you can't actually do it any other way.
Okay. Well, we talk about the commitment that you made to this. You've been invested or committed to invest about $10 billion in this, which I assume is the tip of the iceberg. You got some pretty big backing from the federal government giving you $1 billion. Not that you need it, but certainly with those confidence. When you start to see the government getting involved, obviously you have a lot of, quasi-competitors in this space also getting involved. Does that accelerate this pace?
That's what I believe the government investment is for. So if you look at it, it's not so big that it's controlling everything. However, it's a sign of endorsement, and it is a signal of them wanting to get speed. Meaning, IBM, you're going to do this. If we commit to do this, we do it faster. Will you open it up to everybody else? So it's open to the ecosystem. And we said yes, because we actually believe in the ecosystem is important. Government investment gets us there a year or two or three before we might otherwise. Both of those are working. And that is why it's important about that.
The $1 billion investment from the company that you specifically
All right, so low the day down here. Let's see what the 50 S&P 500. Okay, very close to the S&P 50 SMA. Let's see if it's see what happens if we change it to an EMA. Is it closer? 50 EMA. All right, we already tagged the 50 EMA.
I'm basically paranoid, so I wouldn't say I'm not concerned. However, from everything I can see, I think we are ahead. Are we ahead by a decade? Probably not. But are we ahead by a couple of years? That would be.
Okay, we're bouncing at the 50 EMA. Maybe this lasts. Who the hell knows? Just watch price action. Everything's starting to reverse back up. Okay, let's see. McDonald's. Okay, a little bit off the high of the day. McDonald's just dipped a little bit. Nike turning back up. Nike. Okay, we're looking for that dip in Nike to get to. If you didn't buy the open, you don't want to buy at the high of the day. So we wait for RSI to get oversold. We got that oversold condition. Higher low in RSI, lower low in price. Looks like this might actually push back up. Procter and Gamble. A lot of the defensive stocks are seeing some profit taking now. Maybe the semiconductors get back in the swing. Taiwan Semi coming off the low. Nvidia. Okay, oversold conditions on Nvidia turning back up. These are all good setups, folks. If you don't mind day trading.
I think in the next 2-3 years, we're going to see incredible returns coming from these technologies into our numbers and the current conditions. We have to happen to do that and trying to make the market a little bit more. So we are building markets all the time. We are always in the debt market. So far, our debt investors have been very confident in us and we get great rates there. We could maybe dip into other markets. But I think for what I'm pointing out over the next 5 years, I think we have the capital and we have the wherewithal inside. I really appreciate it.
Hi, tick alert plus 800.
All right, there you go. High tick alert. Shorts are covering. Okay, maybe try a long setup S&P. Let's maybe try an S&P long here. All right, so this is turning the corner. Let me, let's see. Can we get back to 7,400? S&P 500, 7,400, 0-day. Or you could do tomorrow and do a spread, right? S&P, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a tomorrow position. Let's see. Today's the 9th, so the 10th. Okay. Give me a little bit extra room. Let's see. There's no, well, guess what? People are not trading. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. All right. So a lot of option volume at 7,400. So let me try 7,400. See if we can get back to 7,400. 7,400. Those are $9.80. I'm going to do a spread 7,400, 7,410. Buy a vertical. Buy a vertical 7,400. These are the best, easiest to fill. Okay. All right, so 7,400, 7,405. Let me see what these again. Vertical 7,400, 7,410. Those are $1.05 now. So $100 to make $400 and have some room for error. Okay. 7,400, 7,405. But Wednesday, 7,400, 7,405 or 7,400, 7,410.
We also know, based on President Trump, that Iran was responsible for that downing, and that President Trump's view is that the U.S. must respond to that attack. What we don't know is what that response will look like.
S&P. All right, so I bought the 7,400, 7,405.
Which is whether or not this was actually an intentional attack. As Axios reported just a few minutes ago, Joe, that the U.S. investigation has not yet determined whether or not that Iran intended.
Yeah, good dip.
Knowing that the president of the United States just like yesterday was talking about it being signed in the next.
All right, Tesla.
So there's some pretty big questions on all of these storylines.
Sorry.
The New York Times now reporting.
Tesla, you think that this is going to turn back up, right, Tesla?
15 years of suspension to enrich uranium, knowing that the United States had demanded at least 20 years. And when we started talking about duration, this really gave the markets a lift weeks ago, knowing that if we had gotten to this point, that a deal would be likely. We're simply working out the timelines, and it appears that we are back to that, or at least some parties are, with the U.S. demanding for months that Iran agreed to conduct no enrichment for at least 20 years. The Iranians countered by offering 10. American officials believe they will settle for 15 years. But the added layer of this Apache helicopter being shot down really complicates things. We're glad to have a couple of moments with Nick Mulvaney. It's been a while since we've spent some time with the former acting White House Chief of Staff from President Trump's first term, co-founder of the Freedom Caucus when he was a congressman, former OMB director, former acting CFPB director. Nick, it's great to have you back as part of our conversation. Give us a sense of how the shooting down of this Apache helicopter while still being investigated, might change the contours of this peace deal?
Sure. Well, it's sort of the strangest ceasefire I think any of us have experienced in a long time. Sort of the hottest ceasefire I remember in recent memory. But that's always the risk, right? When you've got a ceasefire that's not really a ceasefire, what are the chances of escalation, whether or not it's intentional escalation or unintentional? You just don't know. So look, the fact that we're talking about 10 years versus 15 years versus 20 years, that's a really good sign towards getting a deal. Why? Because I used to tell President Trump, you know, when you're not just arguing about the price of something, you're going to get a deal. So it sounds like they're speaking each other's language in terms of the number of years, if that's the case. But could things get out of hand? Yeah. Look, the bottom line is this. I don't think anybody believes the president anymore when he says it's 2 days, it's 3 days, it's 2 weeks, it's 3 weeks. It's just, I think they see what he's doing, which is he's trying to build momentum, to build optimism, but they can't take that literally. You mind you take Donald Trump seriously, but not literally. And I don't think we're 2 or 3 days away from anything. We'll see where that goes.
Well, so how are the Iranians supposed to take the president, Mick? Doesn't he need to be a credible, believable negotiator?
Oh, no, it's absolutely credible. Keep in mind, the big thing about
God, do you hear how dumb these people are on Bloomberg? This is just so crazy dumb. Okay, S&P continues to rise. If you bought some 7400s,
actions are speaking louder than words there. I'm talking about the domestic audience back home, the markets and so forth. The markets are basically, oh my goodness, how long ago has it been, Kaylee, since you gave the national press that it was going to be 2 or 3 weeks before it would be over? It's been 6 weeks ago. Yeah. So look, it's
early April, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just at some point you have to have the actions back. It sounds like there is some progress, so that's good. But I don't think it's 2 or 3 days time to really resolve it.
CNN counted the number of times the president has indicated we're on the verge of a deal like this. It was 37 in what is now a conflict lasting just over 100 days. Nick, when you read down the president's truth post about the Apache being shot down, he said, nevertheless, the United States must of necessity respond to this attack. What would be proportionate in your view?
Yes, something minor. A lot of it depends, Joe, on where they really are with the negotiations. And Trump thinks that they are really close to getting a deal. And I'm not just talking about saying that we are, but if he's actually getting the feedback that he's close to getting a deal, I think you might see a relatively minor sort of response. If, however, there really isn't anything happening now in discussion, and we sort of reach this stasis, this status quo, where Iran is waiting for Trump to give in, and Trump is waiting for Iran to give in. By the way, I think they're both mistaken about how long the other side can pull out. Trump thinks they're going to give up economically, they aren't. They think he's going to give up politically because of midterms, he's not. So something has to change that pattern. So they're not close at the table right now, but I think you might see a larger retaliation. So let's watch for the scope. Actions speak louder than words. That'll tell us a lot about where the word discussion.
You raised the notion, Mick, of the president giving in, and as we consider whether or not he'll give in on domestic issues, like, for example, the anti-weaponization fund that at least the DOJ had to renounce last week in order to get reconciliation through the Senate, do you expect he's going to have to give in on the director of national intelligence and tap someone else for that on a permanent basis other than Bill Pulte, knowing that Bill Pulte's tapping is what could lead FISA Section 702 to go in dark after the deadline on Friday?
Yeah, and I think Senator was talking last week, Pulte was an active position, it was actually statutory requirements for qualifications for permanent director, and the activist difficult plan. My guess is that Pulte can't be the permanent area on because number one, I'm not sure this is statutory requirements, but two, the atmosphere right now in Washington towards that particular position.
most stocks are turning up, so that's good. Bitcoin, all right, Bitcoin tried to reverse. It has been looking a lot better last couple of days. Futures still looking good. Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows are trying to turn up. They're starting to flatten out at the low now.
a permanent pick that might help lawmakers accept the idea of enacting Bill Pulte?
It does. I think it absolutely it also helps with FISA, the FISA rule, which is really what this is about, right? I mean, the president, I don't think he doesn't get up in the middle of the day and ask himself, who could work and I, but FISA is a big deal. It's hearing about that in Congress a lot more than it's hearing about, whether or not this person or that person is a good candidate or not. So yeah, I do think that there's a lot of pressure on them to sort of compromise, give a name that the bill is okay with, use that as a way to get FISA approved. I think FISA ultimately does get approved, simply because it does have bipartisan support.
Fallout regardless of what they say. I honestly think that this was pretty in line with expectations, and more of the focus was on the fact
S&P. All right, everything saw a short covering for the most part, except for Netflix. Netflix just still sitting down here at the low of the day. All right, let's go see what stocks are advancing. All right, we're back to 330 stocks advancing. NIMO is below zero, but turning back up. We did hit the 50 EMA and bounce. All right, so we tested the 50 EMA.
so much so that, in fact, they said Siri 102 times in the 90-minute presentation. So Siri clearly a main focus here, and arguably rightly so, because they've been promising these AI updates to Siri since 2024, and now we're finally just getting them. But there are a lot of updates, so let's get through all of this stuff. Siri is revamped, has its new dedicated iOS app called Siri AI. They say that Siri is profoundly a more capable assistant, and by that it means it can do a lot of the things that AI chatbots do, like Gemini and Claude and ChatGPT. Siri is more chatty, they say, more capable of grasping context of a question you ask, and also able to integrate with other services. And my phone hears me saying Siri, and I can see the bubble is popped up here. I was like, why is my phone working? Siri, new Siri, not the one on my phone, has a broad world knowledge, Apple says now, that will pull information from online sources as well as from your personal data that you have stored on your phone. So that's going to give it more contextual smarts, meaning
Okay, we continue to show signs of a rally off the low.
access a variety of things, not just available information on the internet, but it can access your messages, it can draft messages, it can gather photos and videos into share folders for you, it can tell you how to get tickets to an event, it can pin reminders to your calendar. It also has a writing assistant, which is something people use heavily on ChatGPT, and it can help you split a check at the end of a group dinner. So a lot of real world applications here. Also, your camera will have Siri. You can open your camera app, point it at something, and ask Siri what it is, and Siri will give you the live web results. So a lot of upgrades here, something similar that Google phones, I think it's Google Pixel is their product, has had for years, but Apple customers have been asking for, and now it is finally here. We also got, as expected, a new iOS across all of the suites of products here. The beta versions that developers can download, and those public betas are planned for next month. Apple usually releases those to the public in July. And then it will be also, this is a big deal as well, available for any phone that's iPhone 11 or later. So for longevity purposes, this is a big deal because a lot of the time they make them only available for some of these newer phones. And that's simply not the case here. It's for Apple 11 and onwards, so it isn't going to force you into this upgrade cycle. You can still get the new iOS. They're saying that it will load data 30% faster. Photos.
All right, Tesla, nice move here. Tesla moving.
We also got a new
Tesla.
Mac OS called Golden Gate. Other than those Siri AI enhancements, they didn't give a lot of specifics on what changes are coming specifically for this Mac operating
Tesla
system.
looks good.
The only thing we did get
S&P, just about everything is turned. Microsoft turned back up. Futures looking good.
Silicon chips, so that is a big update there. We also got a redesign of liquid glass because there were some issues with its readability, so they fixed that. They said they've expanded it all the way to the edges of the screen. They've made a wider viewing window. But trust and safety was another big thing. That was a big chunk of the keynote here. They spent a lot of efforts on how to allow parents to help control the content that kids can see, as well as the amount of time that children are spending on devices. They've got new parental controls that can allow kids to only use certain apps at certain times of the day. You can also select which contacts the kids are able
50 EMA. All right, so
feature in Safari that lets children request to browse a particular website, and then the parents get an alert and can give their own permission from their own phone, which is something they have for apps right now. Like if my daughter wants to download an app, I have these are really important things. They say they want to protect minors from harmful content. They can detect a picture that may have inappropriate content for children, like nudity, and it will blur it and flag it for parents so that they don't risk seeing something like that. Also, the same with gore or violent videos of any kind. They put a lot of these.
All right, looking very good here. Nice little rally. A lot of people jumping in, so the markets are going to see that volume looking good.
With that, already analysts are talking about they want the iPhone 18, they want this iPhone Fold or the foldable iPhone, whatever it's going to be called. And also there's discussion about AirPods with a camera in them that could perhaps be coming in September. I found that in my Apple deep dive. I'm not sure what you do with the camera in your ear, but you know.
Maybe it's going to be like the Meta glasses.
That's another thing that's a product that's potentially coming. So perhaps some integration there, but that will be very exciting. I think, as Jenny highlighted off the top here, not the greatest reaction from Wall Street. We are down more than 3%, more than 3.5% now. But again, I had a conversation yesterday about what matters more, what Wall Street wants or what the consumer wants, and what's really going to drive growth. And those are two different things, right? Apple seemed to give a lot of what the consumer wanted here. It just wasn't necessarily what the street was looking for. But Morgan Stanley keeps their overweight rating. They upped their price target to 360. They said they see earlier monetization opportunities than they previously did based on these releases. JP Morgan was also positive, said that the revamped Siri is now available earlier than expected. They like the overhaul of the architecture. So some positive commentary here, just not necessarily positive in terms of the price action we're seeing.
Yeah, and I like that Barrett characterized it as an ability to perhaps unlock right now massive value if executed correctly. And maybe that's some of the fallout we're seeing today, because I do think when it comes to execution of AI, in theory, they have not proven themselves yet, frankly. We've seen nothing but delayed timelines and a late push into, I mean, a lot of the technological advancements that they talked about already exist on other phones. And again, I'm very loyal to the Apple ecosystem, but I can understand a bit of the delays.
Okay, rally still underway.
So, for that reason, Singapore back today, but not abnormal for post-WWDC keynote, frankly. But Tim Cook obviously leaving, I think it was almost like sad to see him at his last real event. But nonetheless, as we do look at trading Apple here for example purposes, again, not abnormal to see this pullback, but Apple was just recently around its all-time highs.
It's also not unlike Apple to kind of disappoint immediately after and then recover into the future. And so if that happens, perhaps it stabilizes first. And that was really what this example trade is hoping for, which is a neutral to bullish short put vertical below the market, goes out to July, and it sells the 280 and buys the 275 in that July monthly cycle.
All right, Cerebrus, I did add the Cerebrus.
Average for Apple is 283. So perhaps that would be a level of support if the sell-off continues. And then, of course, earlier on this year, the old highs in the early parts of this year in February were around 280. So maybe those former resistance levels become support levels as well if the stock remains under pressure. If you do collect $1 for this, let's say like we have for our credit on this example trade, you risk 400 with the chance to make 100. So a little bit more on the high probability of success side, as that 4-to-1 relationship certainly means you're risking quite a bit more than you can make. But that also means you have a 279 break even below several support levels. And if Apple just goes sideways over the next month, it can be a profitable example.
Yeah, and I think a good point there that we can obviously see some stabilization right now. It just feel like the market is in a bit of an influx as far as what it wants to do with overall price performance. But we'll leave it there for FOMO today. And for all of that breakdown on Apple shares. So coming up next, after a sharp pullback last week, we will look at the latest market action, inflation signals, and jobs data, and what this is really telling us about the economy heading into the second half of this year.
All right, nice rally. Thank you very much. All right, so being patient and not jumping in feet first thing in the morning saved a lot of us, including myself, yours truly. Okay, let's see what happens when we get the VWAP. We hit the 50 EMA. You know, a lot of portfolio managers will be looking at the 50 EMA and the 50 SMA. Question is, do they act at the 50 EMA while maybe amateur traders are waiting for the 50 SMA, getting left behind as the markets already start rallying on some better than expected news? After news that didn't sound too bullish, with a shoot down of one of our Blackhawks. Trump, U.S. must react to Iran assault. Okay, so right now, price action is saying the shorts have covered, and we got new money coming in. Probably, we know that the 50 MA, 50 EMA, that's a decent pullback on the daily. So let's go to the 60-minute. Okay, let me do a analysis here real quick on it. All right. So we got 76.20, 76.20 down to the low, 5% pullback. Okay, S&P.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. So we know the Pentagon has added some Chinese companies to a list in connection with the Chinese military. And it seems like the latest effort to try to, I mean, right now it seems like ease, but also somewhat distance that relationship with Beijing as it goes back and forth. So joining us now for some more details is Sam Badas, host for Schwab Network. And so Sam, we discussed this story earlier, but I think it is really interesting, especially into how it plays with now the U.S.'s relationship with Taiwan. But walk us through the details here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a bit of China headline risk in this market today, as you say. Right now, with a couple of these headlines and stories floating around, although it doesn't seemingly look like it's having any sort of impact on the stocks. I mean, you've got BABA down just fractionally here. It had been up earlier in the day, this ADR. I was even looking at the Hong Kong session because remember, we got this Pentagon news late yesterday. So we did see actually the onshore response and reaction to some of these names like BYD and Baidu as well. There didn't seem to be any concern around that as far as the stock reaction is concerned. We've taken a turn lower now, but that is in line with what we're seeing in the quarter.
High tech alert. High tech alert.
And what they've done is found themselves now on this Pentagon list, which basically deems, or at least the Pentagon believes, that these companies are aiding the Chinese military. It doesn't mean any sanctions per se.
Okay, here is the 60-minute. Your choice. Looks good.
It cannot buy into some of its services. There are timelines with some of these rules around being on this entity list. But what's really interesting is the timing around this right now, because as you say, it feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back with this relationship. Back in February, I don't know if you recall.
Honestly, these people are just, it's almost like they're ad-libbing.
We did see a subsequent move in
I find it humorous. I don't know. That's just me.
Withdrawn, I believe, within minutes. And so there has been a lot of discussion today around the fact that maybe Washington didn't want to rock the boat ahead of a planned meeting between President Trump and Xi at that time, because they were still trying to hammer out the details of that. But now that meeting has come and gone. Here we find ourselves with this announcement today. Now, obviously, just for some context with these names that have found them on themselves on this list, these are not state-owned enterprises like we see a lot.
All right, this is looking good.
There has been some feeling, there is a feeling sometimes,
nice bounce.
even with these non-state-backed companies, that they do have close relationships, perhaps with the PLA.
That looks good.
With, of course, the CCP as well. And so that.
All right, you guys. Yap. Okay, finally they're talking about a stock instead of politics. I don't know. It just drives me absolutely bonkers. You know, it's just like when they get on all of these, Schwab, Yahoo, Bloomberg, they're all saying the same. They're all talking about the same thing, politics. CNBC, finally, they got the Zscaler CEO on talking about AI agent security. This is all good stuff. I want to talk about stocks. I don't want to talk about politics. Zscaler at the low, looking for that to turn back up. Microsoft, we were looking for a 3-candle reversal at the 50-day. Didn't happen. We'll move lower into the bottom of this range. Okay, we got a low over here, perhaps. It's going to be enough, 397. We bounce at that area. Looking for it to follow through. Okay, S&P. Okay, S&P getting near VWAP. Okay, what's hedge flows? Hedge flows continue to show maybe we get something going here. 0 day. There's not a whole lot overhead to slow us down. You see that? There's not a whole lot overhead to slow us down. If we get through 73.70 or so, what is that? 73.60? If we get through 73.60, there's not a whole lot of 0 day right now. And we got 2 hours more than 2 hours to go.
Stormy seas for software as we see this story unfold. Jay Chaudhry, co-founder and CEO of Zscaler. Thanks for having me here at 10 o'clock.
John, it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Kelly, back to you.
Thank you both. Really appreciate it. Coming up, the chips are paring their losses a little bit this afternoon, but combined, Micron, AMD, and NVIDIA are shaving nearly 200 points off the NASDAQ 100. The broader NASDAQ was down 1.6%. Now, down 3% at the lows. The Dow trying to make a comeback here as well, only down about 0.25%. Down 575 points a little while ago. We'll have more on the sell-off right after this.
All right, let's see if we're talking about normal stuff. All right, so here we go. Talking to Ryan Dietrich, he's always good.
When you're making these decisions that are maybe against the consensus, and you're watching parts of the market that are, very volatile, memory stocks, things like that. How does one kind of see the forest through the trees and not overreact when you have, 200-point down days?
Tesla running into resistance.
The next day you have, 30% of stocks down or up, but you recover that day. Like, how do you make sense of the rotation that's going on?
Well, it's great questions there. I think I've done this for a while, so we have seen a lot of these things. You mentioned the volatility. One thing I think is really important. So Friday was the worst day of the year, down 2.6% for the S&P. Alex, I looked at all the years they gained 20%. There were 22 of them. The worst day during the best years, in other words, was down 3.5%. All right, so even great years can have a bad day. Now, just look what's happening right now today. The time we're doing this, energy's down. Okay, well, oil's down. Tech's down. Yes, we get it. The other 9 sectors are higher. We might have an S&P 500, at least the second we're doing this, down 1%, with like over 300 stocks higher in there. And as everyone knows, semiconductors are just up 70% in 2 months. We're slightly overweight technology. I've known you guys for a while, so we like tech. 3 months ago you say you like tech. I looked actually like you're crazy.
All right, looks like financials wanted to pop either as well.
I think what's going to happen here, kind of my first answer, maybe tech gives the baton back a little bit. Look what's happening, just again, real time, financials, industrial, some of those other cyclical areas.
Healthcare doing the best. Healthcare is the strongest sector. That looks pretty good. Healthcare, just going through the sectors here, looks pretty good. Healthcare and real estate. Healthcare and real estate. Real estate's up 2%. That looks good. Real estate. Do we break out of this range, real estate? So what would I be looking at? Vornado would be one. Vornado breaking out. Jones, Lang, LaSalle turning the corner. CB, Richard Ellis. Airbnb. Nothing there. What about DLR? These REITs, okay. All right, so real estate looks pretty good. And healthcare looks good. Healthcare breaking out. So United Health, Humana, AbbVie, Abbott Labs. Okay, looking for these to continue. Some of the sneaker sellers like Nike, looking for that to keep turning. Financials, SoFi, looking for that to turn back up. American Express this morning, about the 50-day, looking for that to continue. What's XLY look like? XLY, no. XRT, no. IGV software, that's pulled back for a week.
I still think you probably underweight bonds here and overweight equities for a likely still strong second half of the year for stock investors or equity investors.
Good stuff, Ryan. We always appreciate it. Ryan Dietrich, Carson Group. So we say goodbye to Ryan, we're going to welcome
Okay,
in
S&P.
for under 30. And George, you're looking at TITN. Why is this one sticking out to you today?
Titan, huh?
Well, I mean, first off, the stock is in the downside, and the second, it's one of these other smaller agriculture and construction equipment companies.
Palo Alto Networks. Let's see what that looks like. Palo Alto. PANW. Okay, Tesla. Ran into some resistance here. Tesla, just be careful. Tesla. Okay, turn it back up again. We ran into some resistance. Now Tesla's pushing a bit higher. Microsoft, same thing. Hit some resistance. Microsoft hit some resistance. Now it's pushing higher. Wouldn't you rather buy the lows when a stock's or a sector starts to reverse? Wouldn't you rather buy the low than get excited early in the morning, can't contain yourself, and the stock winds up rolling over? Now we had no idea this morning this is what would happen, but I told you that because of the way the markets were acting, not that I'm a genius, not trying to come across that way, but we had that big down day on Friday. Tuesday was a bounce. Monday was a bounce. And the first thing that came to my mind was that they're going to use this pullback. They're going to use the pullback and the bounce to reduce some of their exposure in tech. And that's exactly what they did. Today we rolled over. Of course, that had to do with news, but the whole idea of reducing risk, we're not going to go straight up 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 weeks. We're not just going to keep going up. This pullback is actually very helpful. It's a 5% pullback. Looking good. Okay. 72.37. That's right at the 50 EMA on the daily. We reversed there. Hit 73.50 on the bounce. Looking for a follow through now.
Manufacturer for, of course, agriculture and forestry equipment. Their services division, their maintenance and repair and operations divisions have actually grown substantively over the last few years. But nonetheless, as a percent of revenue, even though that's better for John Deere, they're facing challenges because of the agriculture markets. Farmers are really struggling right now. I mean, fertilizer prices.
RSI rising, MACD's rising. And overall, we've had a bumper crop. Volume. Let me just pull this over here. 73.90. Gamma flip. Volume picking up over the last 30 minutes or so. 45 minutes.
As well as John Deere. Caterpillar, on the other hand, doesn't have the same exposure to the ag and forestry markets like some of these other smaller players do. And that's why that name has actually performed quite well over the last year on a relative basis.
George, our last guest has made the case for a little bit more of that rotation to maybe continue, looking at financials, looking at areas like industrial. Now, what's interesting about the ag tech space is they're kind of both, right? They have financing arms and they're industrial players. But is the kind of the micro of commodity prices and food prices and farming overpowering that right now?
Bitcoin ran into some resistance. Let's see if Tesla could keep going. Come on, Tesla, you can do it. You can go at Tesla. Let's go. A little bit higher for Tesla. Look good. S&P 500.
So that's another factor that's, again, stressing these businesses. Financing of capital equipment, which is expensive equipment, fertilizer prices, and of course, you have to consider fuel prices. And all those three variables are really hitting farmers to a quite large degree. But I do think right now, especially in the markets, there's a lot of opportunities rotation-wise internally going away from tech into areas like financials, which are doing very well because of higher interest rates, but also healthcare equipment, which seems to be another area that the market is rotating into as well.
Yeah, and an interesting space is that one that has been of note as of late. So appreciate it, George Chillis, for all of that run through on, of course, Titan today, which is down now just over 12% on the day. Appreciate it. And
okay, benefit of the Dow goes to the bulls. We got about 343 stocks now. We added 10 over the last couple of minutes. Be nice to see us close at like 400 stocks advancing. All right, let's go take a look at breath real quick. Breath. All right, here's Tesla coming off the low. Tesla. Let's look at Breath and New York Fang real quick. Let's look at New York Fang. We got a big bounce at the 50. Big bounce at the 50-day. RSI still pointing lower. MACD stochastics could turn as a function of price. That's possible. Let's look at Breath again. Breath. Okay, everything's pointing up, 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 except for NASDAQ. All right, so stay away from NASDAQ stocks unless you get a really good fill. You got plenty of time. Looks like everything else is rising. You got 345 stocks advancing on the S&P, which is telling you it's more. It's the stocks sans the New York Fang and the tech stocks. All right, so tech is down. That's telling you if you got 343 stocks advancing, that it's stocks other than tech. So we're going to stay away from tech right now if it's got tech on its name or it's in a tech group. I'm not saying don't trade it. It's just that I would focus on other names like in the financials, perhaps like Goldman Sachs. I've been wanting to get back into some Goldman Sachs. Okay, that pullback. Morgan Stanley, maybe I'll wait a day or two. You know, we don't have to do anything really with these big banks. Wells Fargo. Okay, Wells Fargo held up really well. So I'm happy about my position in Wells Fargo for sure. Let's see, how much do I have here? Oh, that looks okay. Walmart. Looking at Walmart. Okay, that pulled back a little bit. So it's still basing Walmart. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft out of corner of my eye. I just saw another surge higher. Walmart surging higher over the last 10 minutes. Okay, Amazon looking better. Okay, it's about to go green on the day. Google, same thing. Okay, let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, 60-minute. That's going to get back about the 20 AMA, I think, and probably finish up the week higher. I would like to reduce my exposure into Friday's SPACEX IPO, only because I don't know what's going to happen. It's a big IPO. It's historic. It's the largest ever. So does the market liquidity create a problem? Long term, I'm not talking about long term. I'm just talking about short term. Options, even if I have options that expire in August and September, I'm watching closely. Instead of having 50 options, 50 spreads, I'll have maybe 20, maybe 10. Still participate, but not get crazy, you know? All right, so we did buy some CBRX three times today. CBRX. Okay, CBRX, they don't have it in here yet. CBRS turned off the low. Okay, so we got some off the low. All right, so I got some down here, and I got some over here around 11:30 or so, I guess. I think it was. We started to move above the 100 period moving average, the red line. I started adding again, larger size when I added. So looking for this to turn back up. I got to believe this stock is going to be a day trade vehicle for the next, I don't know, however long it takes to get back up to the IPO highs and beyond. I got to believe CBRX is going to be a good way to trade this. Okay, you could buy these when they dip, sell them into the rip, wait for the next pullback because the volatility is probably going to stay. Or just stick with it. Stick with a core position and then day trade around like a few hundred shares. That's what I've been doing. So yeah, this looks pretty good. CBRS. Okay, nice little bounce. Okay, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's bouncing right now. Okay, we're looking for this to pop a little more. S&P 500. S&P.
Trading day with about 2 hours left in the trading day. We are off the lows of the session. We're down by about 1%. Shooting down a U.S. Apache helicopter that was patrolling the Strait of Hormuz last night.
Okay, enough of that. We all know about it.
So what are we doing this big hour? We're
All right, majority of stocks are rising. Okay, giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls at the present time. We got 345 stocks advancing out of 500 on the S&P. We got 44 on the Qs. Again, I'm not focused so much on the tech stocks as I am other sectors, in particular healthcare. Healthcare is the hot one. Okay, so we got 345 stocks advancing. Okay, we've got the New York FANG. Hope this makes sense. It makes sense in my brain. Okay, we got the bounce in the New York FANG. Okay, tech, I'm not that interested in. I'm interested in the other stocks that are bouncing. Where is it that they're bouncing? It's the healthcare stocks. Okay, so you can probably get the best bang for your buck with stocks like J&J on the watch list. J&J. Okay, J&J looking at the daily, intraday, higher highs, higher lows. 9 o'clock over here on the left, all the way through. J&J, Merck. What's Merck look like on the daily? Merck gapped up a couple of weeks ago. Gapped up last week too, on Thursday. J&J on the daily, of course, looks good. J&J, AbbVie, pushing higher. Abbott Labs, Abbott, not ABV, Abbott Labs. We've got Abbott, Biogen, Amgen. Okay, Humana, Humana, UNH. All of these, if you got anything in healthcare, look at it. See where you are relative to the 9 and 21 day. If it's trending up and to the right, consider adding to these positions because they're looking really good on the dips. Add to them. CBRS. Nice turn on CBRS. Microsoft coming off the low. Microsoft. Apple turning the corner, higher high, higher low. Not really crazy about the tech stocks. I do want to review them. Amazon, consumer discretionary / consumer staples. I buy a lot of stuff off of Amazon. That's not frivolous. What did I buy recently? I buy stuff all the time. All right, so Google, not that it matters what I buy. Google back to green on the day. Meta Communications. That looks pretty good, Meta. Turning back up. It's got to get back above the 50-day. Still sitting down here. Tesla, we've been talking Tesla as well. Okay, trying to get back above the 50-day. Tesla rising. Microsoft getting a little bit of a motor on here. Microsoft turning back up. Mm-hmm. 6% in the past 2 trading days. So we knew we wanted to talk to our Mark Gurman. So let's head to our Bloomberg LA bureau. He is what I like to call our Apple whisperer and clairvoyant. He is Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. Mark, it is so good to be checking in with you. I have to say, everyone on our team yesterday reminded us how you really called it when it came to Apple's news yesterday. For you, though, as they laid out the specifics, probably a lot of it you knew. What was maybe new? What was the reveal that you think was S&P? Oh, we got to push. What are we going to do here? S&P.
My takeaway is that Apple has just reset its AI strategy, its Siri strategy, and its underlying software platforms because they have a blockbuster next 3 years.
Let me keep an eye on this. 345 stocks advancing. Want to see more stocks advancing. Want to see that number growing into the last hour and a half, last hour and 54 minutes. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, June the 9th.
Needs to work properly, and they need to get the software and AI story in shape, and they did just that. Obviously, they can't come out and say, because of their culture, that this is why they're doing that. But from what I'm telling you, is that this is all about enabling this.
If we can't follow through, people are going to start getting nervous and probably start to take profits.
So are they finally caught up in AI compared to the other big tech companies? Because as Carol had mentioned, that the stock is lower today.
No, they're where they should have been 2 years ago. They're not caught up in, in any shape or form, and I think that's why you've seen the stock go down. Usually the stock trades higher because of whiz-bang features, new demos, things you've seen from Google over the past, several weeks. You saw a very strong Google I/O conference in terms of new AI functionality. But what we also saw is Apple roll out AI in a way that is...
Come on, let's do this. All right, so looking like we might do something. I'm watching Grover's weighted signal. Whoops.
Don't forget, a third of the world is using these Apple products. And so I think the approach that they're taking is super smart for the mass consumer. But at the same time, I think if Apple was capable of rolling out these whiz-bang features and developing...
Okay, looks like it could keep going.
They would do just that. And they will probably get there eventually. Obviously, they got a helping hand from Google and Anthropic and OpenAI this time around. But I do think they are in a...
Microsoft's still pushing.
For consumer expectations today. And their brand
Could have been a lot worse. We could have just kept going past the 50 SMA and not stopping. All right, so I have those 7400, 74.5s, and I have 74.10s as well. 7400, 74.10. I have both of those. Okay, so I'll add to these as we start moving higher. Let's see. Can we get going here? We get above VWAP. This is going to bust a move. All right, let's bust a move here. S&P for tomorrow, right? It is tomorrow. Yeah, okay. So I have tomorrow's. They're 30 deltas now. You could buy something closer to the money if you want. I just felt like going with spreads only because of the risk factor. I wanted to reduce my risk, still participate. If we do get going, I don't get as big a payout as you do. But I do make profit. So that's all I care about. It's the thrill of it too in a lot of ways. Okay, looks like we're going to go here. Okay.
The hardware into a great place, an excellent place. So we'll see if that happens.
And that includes, you did have another story out about the iOS 27 overhaul.
All right, just added to the 7400, 7410s.
From Apple. So what did you glean from all of that?
Yeah, this 3-year roadmap of major new hardware products. The first one is the foldable phone. You'll see the new CEO introduce that in early September. The new iOS obviously is going to run on this phone, so it's chock full of hints about the upcoming device. I'm pretty excited for it. It's going to have a widescreen display, excellent reliability and durability.
Yeah, the market's looking strong too. Market's strong.
Before we let you go, we do want to get your reaction to this Apple news saying that under EU regulators, extreme interpretation of the Block Digital Markets Act. What do you make of just the regulation in Europe?
Okay, 350 stocks advancing.
I don't like what the EU is doing.
350 stocks advancing.
If I'm a consumer in the EU, someone like me who loves tech, wants to try out these new features, wants these breakthrough new products and software enhancements, I'm upset with the EU because I just want this stuff and I want my Apple ecosystem to work as advertised as it's supposed to work. If I'm a developer, which the EU, said they're putting these rules in place to...
Come on, let's go. Let's go. LETSGL, let's go. Come on, let's bust a move. Got to pop through VWAP. Okay, let's see what hedge flows look like. Okay, hedge flows kind of just wiggling flat. Can we push up? Can we turn up? Okay, that's new, right? 73.60. Is that new? People adding at 63.6, 73.60? Is that?
Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech, and as we mentioned.
Okay, let's see. Let me just zoom back here. 73. Yeah, that wasn't there. We're coming off the lows. You see that? Wasn't there at, what is that? 120 wasn't there. 125 wasn't there. Starts to grow around 130. 130. Okay, 135. Okay, you see that perp right there. This one right here, 73.60. That's starting to grow right there. So we're heading in that direction. 73.60. There's 73.60. Okay, we're adding. Okay, current time frame right now, 73.60. There's a positive gamma strike coming into this red zone on the right. That's telling you prices could move very quickly through this area. Okay, red zone. Look for higher volatility.
That's a good thing after such a run. It's a good thing, frankly. I mean, part of our job is to be able to follow the pieces.
73.60.
Within the CIO office is really thinking through all of that, aggregating everything that we're debating around 3 core areas. And the first is growth and the resilience in growth, despite the conflict in the Middle East with cost of commodities, right? They're showing resilience. The second area is inflation. See the data come out, we've got CPI tomorrow, but inflation taking us back to historic levels, just about, and rising a little bit, and what that implication means potentially for rates. And then the last, of course, you can't hide the market cap IPOs that are coming, right? So those are some of the 3 things for us as we think of asset allocation when we do debating. So if I was just to double click on the growth aspect and resilience, is that the most important one? It's the most important one. Gentlemen from the talking about Europe. PMI, global PMI data has been indicating expansion. Levels above 50 is expansion. Most of the major economies, with the exception of Europe, surprise, unfortunately, has been indicating growth. So that's a positive. Jobs numbers. Friday, 172,000 jobs that were added. That was great and strong. The trend in the average over the last 3 months is actually close to 200,000. That's strong. That's strong.
Okay, can we keep going here? All right, we're just stalling now. We're stalling. Come on, futures. All right. 5 minutes seeing a little bit of selling here. Okay, watching that.
We're looking at all of those different pieces, and then you wrap it up with the end of Q1 earnings, 27% year-over-year growth. Right, so take a step back. We didn't see 27% year-over-year.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. 60-minute looks fine. Let me just zoom into this chart so I can see what the hell's going on. Okay, that's good. Let's go. Come on. Let's make this a big one. Big pop.
We're going to talk with the former U.S. Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, about AI, though, and jobs, because there's some nervousness, but we'll talk about that later. Anyway, Emily wants to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, so this setup, I'm wondering, do you think that this is just a lot of good momentum then for a company that maybe wants to IPO at a valuation of more than $1 trillion, or does this mean that people are going to be tapped out? There's not really any kind of juice left in that trade.
So there are a number of aspects around it. If we think of even the clients on our platform, we see a lot of folks actually holding on to cash, right? If you look at money flows and money market flows. We've heard that a lot. Yeah, that's still holding on to cash. They're still holding
Come on, let's go.
Despite the fact that rates have come down, maybe not to pre-COVID levels, but rates have come down, still elevated levels of cash. So they've got money to deploy, even with this pullback of money to flow. Now, these IPOs, to your point, the way we think about them, it's not just from an investment standpoint, but like how could that affect broader market participation or potential index inclusion, right? So if you're coming to an index, we would start thinking about that. Now, we've done a little bit of work there. Frankly, a lot of the index inclusion of free float market profitability, right? So mega cap IPOs aren't profitable today, no. So that's a little bit of a hurdle. So we don't see that really having a big draw impact. Headlines are great. It's some of the largest IPOs we've seen. Especially with regards to index inclusion. It makes me though like
all right, 73.60. What are we gonna do? All right, so we just stalled right there. It's like, what? What's going on? Are we not going to follow through? All right, that's a 15-minute, no wonder. Okay, 5-minute. 5-minute chart.
Triggered in line with the average observed during prior market peaks, this is according to their strategists. They talk about the S&P statistically expensive on 17 of 20 metrics and trades rich versus its tech bubble metrics on 8. They talk about measures including consumer confidence data, growth expectations, M&A scores, credit stress, as well as tightening conditions. I could go on and on and on. How do you counter that? I mean, I've listed just a handful of metrics that we look at. But broadly speaking, if you were to take a step back, for valuation, equity valuations, price to earnings, right? So, like, actually, if you were to look at valuation of that metric, we've seen a bit of a dip because the denominator is expanding. And the denominator expansion, the earnings growth expansion, 7% year-over-year, we didn't see coming. We actually think, yes, equities are not cheap. But if you look at it on that metric, it's actually pretty good. And then holistically, as we start thinking of, what are you buying? You are buying for the markets. Now, it doesn't mean that the whole picture is rosy, right? Like there's still you cover credit, and when you see some of the concerns, the cracks, right, and follow it every day. And that actually is different. Valuations from a credit perspective is high. So while absolute yields are elevated, credit spreads are actually multi-year tights. Right. So from our perspective, we've made adjustments in our portfolios, like you mentioned, we've trimmed credit spreads. We've got shorter duration, inflation is still there. So credit spreads, we don't think is an attractive risk reward. But equities, we still do, and tech adjacent AI, just do its thing. All right, we're going to have to leave it there.
Come on, let's go. We got dealers overhead hedging against this level, 73.60. We're hedging against this level. Can't see this.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the labor force too, Carol, and how AI is impacting. Is it ultimately going to be good or bad for the labor market? I feel like it's just so early, we don't know, but it feels a little nervous. We're also going to talk about AI.
Okay, we're starting to edge a bit higher. So the 73.60 level on this right here, 73.60 right here is building. That's net gamma. Okay. Building at that level, that means the dealers right there, high tick alert, high tick alert. That means the dealers are hedging around that position. They'll buy, they're going to be buying futures here. Okay, as we approach that 73.60, it's going to be resistance for now. All right, nice little pop here. Going, going, going. All right, NVIDIA. All right, popping to the highs here. NVIDIA looking good. Right at VWAP. Right at VWAP starting to push through this level with high tick alerts. Looking good. Okay, we're at VWAP getting rejected now. VWAP, and we got 73.60 right there. Can we do it? Can we push through it? What are we going to do here, Jones? Mr. Jones. Or Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones. Okay. Okay, let me look at Abbott Labs, ABT, ABT. Looks like it wants to go. Abbott Labs. Yeah, let me cancel that order. I'll look at that tomorrow. Abbott.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Chips and geopolitics. Those are the two catalysts for today's sell-off. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq were off session lows, but still very much in the red. President Trump, meanwhile, says the U.S. must respond after blaming Iran for shooting down an American military helicopter.
We didn't mean it. We didn't mean it. Don't bomb us.
Hours after his claim that an agreement to halt the fighting was close. S&P now at 73.53.
73.53. All right, so that's come up quite a bit from the lows that we're looking at 7,400, 7,410. So you can slide those up if you want, or take profits, maybe buy a little bit level, a little bit higher. Okay, 74. Futures. Yeah, that looks good. Futures, S&P. 73.50. Can we get through VWAP? That's going to be the test. Can we get through VWAP? 73, 7,400.
Gold at 42.70 the ounce, down 1.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude 88.30 a barrel, down 3.3%. Barrel of Brent 91.54, down now by 2.9%. Bank of America's trading desk says it is seeing momentum gaining steam with revenue trending higher than the 15% increase of the bank forecast last month. Today,
looks like we're going to push some.
They're up now by roughly 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie.
All right. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Just want to point out, Fannie Mae shares extending a drop as much as almost 6% down on the day. We're looking for some reasons why. I don't see anything specific, but we're going to continue monitoring and bring you any more context as we know it. In the meantime, we want to continue with AI. Phillips' 11th Annual Future Health Index is out now. It examines how AI is already changing the way clinicians work, how they deliver care and manage pressure across the healthcare system. Now, among its findings, how healthcare executives are discovering that AI...
Looks like we're going to go here. Looks like we're going to bust a move.
So let's get into it.
S&P, that BWAP is pressing up against VWAP. Tesla looks good. NVIDIA, Microsoft, everything coming off the lows. Even Netflix is trying to negotiate a turn here.
Well, it's good to have you here. We do feel like we're spending so much time talking about AI. It's just coming into every aspect of our world. Tell us, though, about the study that you guys do. It is your 11th annual. What it's all about, who you talk to, and what are some of the findings?
Thank you for having me, Carol. I want to set the table here very quickly because what I talk to healthcare CEOs on a weekly basis, and the same three things always are putting pressure on that system, as you said. They're delivering more care longer to people that are living longer, and that complexity of that care is increasing. So that's actually putting stress on the system. They have staff shortages, which continue to persist and got worse post-pandemic. And then the cost of delivering that care is actually continuing to go up. So all those three things are really putting stress on the system. But the opportunity that we see is AI in healthcare is becoming quite a bit. Where a year ago in the study, roughly 20,000 people, 2,000 clinicians, 18,000 patients. And what we
73.60.
From experimenting and piloting in AI applications to much more broad adoption and impact. Impact in time back they can spend with patients, impact in quality diagnosis,
Okay.
impact in well-being. And they've been very clear about that in the study.
What do those AI applications in healthcare actually look like in practice?
So I'll give you a simple
IWM turning back up. IWM.
Study said that they're getting 5 more
IWM.
tools that they're deploying in their practice. So when I go to my general practitioner, I get maybe 10 or 15 minutes if I'm lucky with information. And most of that time, it's sitting on the keyboard asking questions, right? What we're seeing is they're getting the chance to ambient speak what they're talking in that dialogue. It's translating it into the medical record. So what they're doing is they're spending time looking you in the eye, asking you more questions. That's better for more patients they can see because they're spending quality time in the room, or maybe even more patients like we're seeing.
Do doctors feel, or medical professionals, Jeff, feel that we are just barely scratching the surface when it comes to AI and healthcare.
Yeah, AI and healthcare makes so much sense. They spend so much time, the doctors, if you're a doctor, don't be insulted, but spend so much time, prescribing drugs for everything instead of, asking you questions, inputting it into an AI interface, and eventually getting better healthcare. I think. I don't know. I think it's going to be a good thing using AI. Nobody cares what I think. I'm just saying it just makes sense to me. All right, so we're making higher highs and higher lows, trying to pop through this area. Okay, trying to pop through here.
And I know there's great doctors out there, so I don't want to diss this.
But the system's not meant for them to have balance. And so what we're seeing is AI in the work in the pathway, the whole.
What's Taiwan Semiconductor doing? TSM. Microsoft still trying to move a bit higher. Microsoft TSM. TSM's about to go green on the day. Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, Taiwan Semiconductor looks like it wants to go green on the day. All right, TSM, 60-minute. Okay, it needs to get back above the 20 MA and then reattack the highs at 450. We're 27 points away from that. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA had a nice reversal. We identified that a while ago. Still needs to get above the 20 MA on the 60-minute, but it's grinding off the lows. Identified that reversal right around 110, 105. Continues to move higher. Okay, CBRX, what are you doing, CBRX? Yeah, continues to build higher highs, higher lows.
It's something that might be overlooked. Again, not dissing anybody professionally, but when you've got just hardcore data, that's what they're looking at.
In the study, it'll say roughly half of the physicians that use AI as a buddy or as a check. Or actually,
okay, we're about to bust through here. About to bust through here, folks. Okay, watch the S&P. S&P is looking good. Okay, this is the S&P. Okay, we're about to move through VWAP. Okay, this is VWAP.
How do you kind of, I guess, help the physicians who maybe see, an introduction of a new technology as just another thing that they have to deal with on top of an
VWAP.
already busy day? Like, do you get pushback from maybe some of those old school doctors who still, do everything by hand? They still have paper.
Come on, let's push this through here.
In a paper form. This is a pretty advanced technology.
Arm holdings, nice reversal off the low, 304. 30, around 300. 300 back to 321. A 21-point move. There goes. Here we go. S&P starting to move. It helps that we're seeing the number of stocks advancing. 360 stocks advancing. 362 stocks advancing out of 500. The Q's just flipped over to more positive. 51 out of 100 stocks advancing. We got 1,170 stocks advancing on the IWM, small caps. Looks good. There goes futures. Thank you very much.
All that goes away. And that's really the promise. That's not this magic black box thing. That's actually happening today in some of the leading us.
So where do you see it all going? Like, what do you, in terms of generative AI, and what role do you see in, like, I don't know, in the next 3 to 5 years?
Futures on the move. Okay.
Well, I think.
But what are you hearing from the doctors that you talk to?
I think it's a journey that will be rightly done with some conservatism. Again, the operational aspects of clinical practice will have dramatic improvement. That's going to give staff back time to be with patients. And you're going to get a better workforce. And you may even draw people into the practice because they actually have these tools that help them be better at what they do, and they continue to have better balance. The sky's the limit, but we want to make sure when it comes to generative AI that we're really thoughtful about not getting over our skis and allowing hallucinations, because trust is the number one thing. If we build trust with clinicians and we do it in the right way, that embrace and that self-check process actually improves the quality of the output. I met with a bunch of CEOs here in New York last night.
Yeah.
Really, really top-notch institutions, and they're actually telling us in 6 months the quality of the generative AI algorithms that they're building is improving itself at a rate they didn't anticipate. So again, I think do it where there's high trust, build that trust with clinicians, design it around the workflow, and they will really get better adoption. And we're seeing that. We're seeing year to year, we're seeing a massive improvement in adoption of tooling that is giving life back to a community that joined the practice to serve other people.
Right.
So it's an exciting time.
Okay, so in maybe 3 to 5 years, is the artificial intelligence actually going to be making clinical decisions? I.e., you can go as a patient into a doctor's office, and instead of actually seeing the doctor, there's not a human involved. Essentially, the AI is giving you the diagnosis and telling you.
I think it would be foolhardy to think about what could be in 3 to 5 years because the rate of innovation is so fast. What I can tell you is we believe, as a technology company, that decisions always land with the physicians. So we want to augment that position with as much of the non-value add work and as much of the diagnostic quality they can so that they can make the best decisions.
All right. Come on, let's go some more.
I can't see how that will change in the near future.
Jeff, what does it mean for the devices that you guys, whether it's MRIs or CAT scans or sonogram, like the devices, the medical equipment? How does it impact you guys as a company and how you have to think about incorporating AI, or is it kind of pretty easy?
It's interesting. We've made the step to become more of a productivity company than a product company. I mean, it's a pretty big leap in this business. We think the beauty of orchestrating a workflow for healthcare concerns is where we want to be. It's not about the products.
Okay. Right here.
I have a persistent monitoring experience across every aspect of where a patient could be in a healthcare system, even at home. And so we're building these platforms around radiology, around cardiology and cardiovascular intervention, and around patient monitoring from home to hospital to home, where we give hospitals that rich data and that physiological data from patients. And we think of it as a software layer or a platform.
All right, let's do
AI algorithms into for specific.
do this.
Think about the apps on your iPhone. Oversimplified, but think about apps on your iPhone, right? You plug the apps in to do certain things, but the platform itself, and that's where we've gone.
We're at a VWAP right now, bouncing off the top of it.
You see a lot. Your company obviously is global. You're in charge of the North American unit. How would you describe the business environment and the consumer side of things?
Actually, pretty strong for both, at least for Philips. In the consumer segments we're in, we're seeing double-digit growth across the globe, particularly strong here in North America. Consumer demand has actually gone up for us. We've got a great portfolio in the health system side. Again, we've seen double-digit growth last year. We've consistently outpaced the industry for some time. But about the industry itself, we see strong demand because of all the things we've been talking about. We're pivoting to be less about the product and more about productivity. I think that's going to be a game changer for health systems, and that's long-term demand.
How are you guys using AI at your company?
So we're deploying it everything from our financial systems to my commercial operations to contract management, our services portfolio, so that we can deploy agents to look at systems, health systems, products that we have in the field to be able to do automatic determination of root cause and a correction path. We're as committed internally to driving productivity and efficiency so that we can grow with our customers at pace.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I know.
Yeah, your own dog food, that's right.
That's exactly. Jeff DeLulo, he is CEO at Philips North America. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we appreciate it. Hey, we're going to continue with AI, and more specifically when it comes to the labor market, the U.S. labor market. Former U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, is going to be with us, so we have some questions to ask her. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Nassar.
Oh boy, looks good. Futures continue to push a bit higher. Okay, trying to push this VWAP, right? We did that. Let's see where we go from here. Where can we go from here? Up. That'd blow their minds, right? Run this back up.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. It has been a day of major swings for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It is back in the green right now, up 50. That is a gain of 0.1%. Got to keep in mind that at one point we had the Dow Industrials down at 1.1%. Was higher as much as 0.9%, but right now looking at the Dow at 57. That is a gain of 0.1%. The S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all remain in the red, with the S&P down 33, down 0.6%. NASDAQ lower by 302 points, drop there of 1.2%. NASDAQ 100 index down 447, a decline of 1.5%. A fresh wave of selling sweeping through global equity markets as an escalation in the Middle East.
Okay, looks like we're running into a little resistance, eh?
NASDAQ 100 index down 1.5%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock
All right, let's see what we're doing here. S&P starting to back off a bit.
10-year at 4.52%, the 2-year 4.12%, and the 30-year 5.01%. Gold is down 1.1%, 42.69 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 3.4%, 88.17 the barrel. Barrel of Brent 91.6 Trump says the U.S. must respond after blaming Iran for shooting down an American military helicopter off Oman. His remarks came hours after his claim that an agreement to halt the fighting is close, despite a renewed outbreak of fighting in Israel.
Oh, man.
Merger and acquisition news. GSK has agreed to buy New Valent for about $10.6 billion, securing an American biotech firm delivering treatments for lung cancer, all part of the British pharmaceutical giant.
Okay, S&P is starting to pull back. I'm going to take some of these 7,400, 7410s off. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead and take some of these off here.
I mentioned the selling in chip names with the stocks down 3.4%. Case in point, Marvell Technology down 9.6%. Qualcomm right now trading lower by 7.6%. ARM Holdings is down 7.2%. NVIDIA lower by 1%. And Advanced Micro Devices down now by 5%. SPACEX, the IPO, has drawn more than $250 billion of investor demand. That, according to a report from Reuters. Earnings news: jelly and coffee maker J.M. Smucker posted fourth quarter profits that beat Wall Street expectations as higher prices helped the packaged food company. Shares are trading higher by 9.5%. All of this on the day when the S&P, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 index continue to trade lower. Again, the S&P.
Can we get a bounce out of this? Watching for a rally end of day. I mean, this could be nice for the next hour and 16 minutes.
And the Russell 2000 index has just turned around. It is up by 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index down by 1.6%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet, Emily Carroll. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master, Emily Graffeo here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Shares of Alphabet, some outperformance considering a lower trade when it comes to some of those big tech names. The stock was up 2.5%, almost 2.5% at its highs today. Emily, still up about 0.6%. You saw a story by some of our colleagues.
Yeah, so my colleagues Scott Carpenter and Aaron Wyman just published a story about half an hour ago on the partnership essentially between Google and Anthropic, of course, the parent company of Claude. It's a profile I highly recommend. It's all about Google's backstop that is underpinning a $35 billion chip deal for Anthropic. Carol, I've been reporting the circular financing. It is all about the circular financing, and it's one of the largest private credit deals that we've ever seen. It brings in Apollo, it brings in Blackstone, and it also, this story specifically talks about how it's bringing in Google and Anthropic. And everyone's working together because they need money to buy chips to power AI.
Right, exactly. And if you're one of the big hyperscalers that need those chips to power the data centers and continue the build out of AI, you've got to make sure your suppliers are able to do it, right? And also,
can we follow through here?
Models. So Google, keep in mind, was one of Anthropic's earliest investors, repeatedly buying equity in the AI firm. And as Emily mentioned, it's increasingly now backstopping the financing that underpins those data centers for the startup. So underscoring that complex business ties among the handful of largest tech companies pouring money into AI. Folks, it's AI's world, and we're just revolving around it. And that brings us to our next guest. Let's get to it with former U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. She served as the 40th U.S. Secretary of Commerce and 75th Governor of the state of Rhode Island. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Secretary Raimondo, so nice to have you here with Emily and myself. I want to get right to it because I feel like every conversation we talk about artificial intelligence, the build out, the spend.
Okay, I have to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Responded to a comment on X by Meta Platforms Vice Chairman Dina Powell. She was announcing Meta's launch of a program to provide paid training, certification, and job for Americans of all backgrounds to be part of building American leadership in the world. Your response, you say many Americans face a catch-22. They need training to get a new higher paying job, but they can't go without pay to attend a training course, and that this initiative aims to solve this problem with paid apprenticeships and credentials that lead to actual available good jobs, I should say. When it comes to AI and the impact on jobs, how do you see it, and is Meta on the right track?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I am an AI forward person. I think that the U.S. does and needs to continue to lead in this global AI competition. And that means, of course, being ahead with the technology, but it also means having a strategy for people, right? I mean, we're not going to win the global AI race if we have great technology and sky-high unemployment. And so I think it's time for the country to get very serious about changing the way we support people when they change jobs and the way we train people. And the thing that I like about, because we have to bring all Americans along, this cannot just be AI for the big tech and not bring everyone along. And so with this announcement, as I understand, what Meta is doing here, the thing I really liked about it was they're paying people while they do the training. And I know from when I was governor, I was a leader in a lot of these apprenticeship and training programs. People can't afford to do a 6-week or 6-month training program and not get paid, right? They're not going to finish that training program. So to the extent I heard about this, like you said, I read about it yesterday. I think it's good that companies in America are stepping up to say, let's get innovative and try to support workers. But I think it's important to say, we're going to pay you while you get trained. And if you graduate and if you get your credential, there will be a job at the end of that training.
Senator, you wrote a guest essay for the New York Times earlier this year. It was entitled, "America Cannot Withstand the Economic Shock That's Coming." What do you think the country, the Trump administration, and lawmakers from both parties really need to do to address this very much feared economic and labor disruption that AI is expected to unleash?
We have to prepare for it. I think it is a transition. I do believe AI will create new jobs. Every technology has created disruption and job loss, but over time, new jobs, new industries, many millions of jobs in our economy today did not exist even 20, 30 years ago. So I think we're going to get to that place. However, there will be a transition. And I worry that during that transition, if we're not thoughtful and purposeful, too many Americans could be on the losing end of that transition. And so we need to get very serious right now and create new training initiatives like the one we're talking about. But that is not enough. Training is not enough. We need new incentives for companies to redeploy people. We need new, like a new safety net to help people transition from one job to the next. And so I think this calls for some pretty urgent action with the government, with employers. It's an all hands on deck moment to create a people strategy to get us through this transition.
It's a U.S. race, it's a global race. And I think about what China's doing. They made some steps today in terms of being all in, and they do things differently, as we know, in China, Secretary Mondo. So I'm just curious, if we don't get this right in terms of how we are approaching it, protecting our labor force, but at the same time making sure that we're making the right investments and moves when it comes to AI, when you've got China and the government in their deep pockets, will that put potentially the U.S. at a disadvantage in many ways?
Yes, it will. I've spent as much time as anyone thinking about how to protect America from China and how to compete with China technologically, economically, militarily. And we need to do both. I personally oppose, over-regulating AI or regulating the technology to a point that it would stifle innovation. Again, I want America to...
Watching S&P for follow-through.
I also would oppose putting blinders on and letting AI out into the world without a plan for our workforce. Because truthfully, if we do that, and if we wound up with extremely high unemployment, we won't win the AI race with China. We won't. We will then have political unrest, economic unrest, deep recession, and frankly, a regulatory backlash. So I see no other alternative than to do both, to win on the technology, to innovate on the workforce models and the transition models and the support models. We can do it. America has consistently risen to the challenge in the face of these big challenges before, and if everybody works together, we can do it again.
You talk about America leading when it comes to AI. That means we need really great leadership. Boston Globe today reported that you're no longer considered running for president in 2028. What do you want to see from the presidential candidate, and could you possibly reconsider your own ambitions?
I'm smiling because no matter what interview I do, it inevitably gets to that question.
People have said to me they want a leader like you when it comes to
that's very kind, and that is,
All right, looks like we might go here. Watch the S&P futures continue to rally.
I am fortunate to have the credibility in the business community. I was the Secretary of Commerce when ChatGPT was released, so I have great credibility with all the tech leaders.
Okay, S&P is trying to go. Let's see if this can get a rally out. Next few minutes. A lot of stocks are turning up at the moment. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the 3 o'clock hour, about 7 minutes away. It is Tuesday, June 9th.
You have to run 20 seconds then. What do you think we need though in a presidential candidate, considering the AI backdrop and all that's facing us?
A serious person. A serious person who work with anyone, go anywhere, do whatever it takes to solve Americans' problems, rebuild a middle class, and revive the American dream, which is work hard, get ahead, including in business.
The door's always open. We'd love to talk to you further, so come back whenever. Gina Raimondo, 40th U.S. Secretary of Commerce, of course, under President Biden, and the 75th Governor of the state of Rhode Island. All right, folks, watching the markets on this Tuesday, we've got stocks off their highs, and really to this session, it's really tech names, though, Emily, where we're seeing certainly another kind of move to the downside.
That's right, Carol. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Emily Berfeo in for Tim Stenevik with Carol Masser, and we're joined by Bloomberg Television markets correspondent Nora Melinda. Nora, let's start with one of the best performers in the S&P 500 today, JM's on a tear, ticker SJM, heading for its best day since March 2020, back in those pandemic days. This is after reporting a better than expected earnings report. They're also announcing plans to lower coffee prices next year. Now, higher prices for coffee and sweetened goods have actually helped drive sales for this company in the latest quarter. And taking a look at how this company has been performing year to date, the stock is up about 14% so far in 2026.
All right, so interesting to see. But again, it's not a name that we throw out there a lot. And I think, as you know, you said, like a lot of consumer staples, right?
A lot of the staples. Peanut butter, coffee. I mean, people need this milk bone. I immediately think of jelly for some reason when I think of Smuckers, but they have so many wide-ranging products.
They do. They have a lot of products, but you're right. Take us to a ticker that I love, Sale.
Sale Point. So seeing this stock, seeing its worst day since March, down as much as 15%. And this is even after the company beat on revenue estimates. It also raises full-year outlook, but the stock is still down more than 20%, down about 24%, 24% this year, after a powerful rebound that we did see from its April lows. So down double digits on the day, people kind of taking this report in a harsh fashion, really beating down on the company, but to point out again, beating on revenue estimates and raising full-year outlook.
All right, and this is about an $8.8 billion market cap company that is, as you said, under pressure, but also down about 23% year to date, and about almost 18% of the folks short. So a lot of negative sentiment out there.
And it's software stuff too, right?
Infrastructure software.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
So means good here.
Yeah. Okay. So it's interesting to see that.
Hi, tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert. High tick alert.
So let's talk a little bit of M&A. Ticker in UBL. So GSK is buying this biotech company for roughly $10.6 billion. Now this is basically 40% premium, and this is in hopes to expand its lung cancer portfolio. So as you'd imagine, when we see these M&A
high tick alert.
transactions
further strengthens GSK's drug line pipeline ahead of some of the upcoming patent expirations for some of its top-selling medicines. When you're looking for news, today's a busy day, but even on a quiet one.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I did take some of the 7400, 7410s off. I still have a few left, and the 7400, 7405s. We continue to rally here. Okay, looking good. Okay, continue to rise here. Looking good. All right, Tesla looks like it's going to bust a move here. About to go.
So many moving pieces. There always is when it comes to Elon. So we're going to get into that story. We're also going to talk about gold, an asset that was on a tear, has taken a year, right? Has taken a little bit of a backseat this year. John CEO of Alamos Gold, talking mining, M&A, and more. All right, then we've got somebody who's been a bear, who's been on our air before, Tom Thornton, who's going to do some telemetry. So let's see what he has to say about the environment, especially if we see some pullback in some of those particular semiconductors. Still in a tear this year, but certainly a little bit of a reset. And then we're going to talk venture capital investing, based in Silicon Valley, but thinking about where we might be seeing some opportunities perhaps in India, perhaps overseas. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, Nick, I was looking at approximately a 50% retracement, and the fact that we came all the way down through here, we bounced right in that area at one point, just below 4. Plus, you got the gamma flip is at 73.90.
After it says Iran shot down an Army Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz.
The president posted on social media that the two pilots involved were safe and uninjured, but he now says that the United States, quote, must of necessity respond to this attack. He does not get specific in his social media post, and the White House hasn't responded to our questions about this, about what he might do now against.
All right, a little bit of selling. Okay, no follow through.
Just now we're hearing from Iran for the first time about this. Its foreign minister responding, not taking responsibility explicitly for shooting down that helicopter, but indirectly referencing what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. Saying he needs the money. The son of Rob and Michelle Reiner is asking to tap into his trust fund so he can pay for the lawyers to defend himself from charges that he killed them.
In Nick Reiner's new filing in probate court, his civil attorneys argue Reiner should get money from an individual trust his parents set up from the receipt at different stages in his 30s. They argue trust money has nothing to do with his guilt or innocence in the murders of his parents, and that he needs the approximate $1.5 million to pay for a defense attorney.
Jeez.
Defense attorney Alan Jackson withdrew as his criminal defense attorney in January after Reiner Ryder's siblings refused to pay for their brother's defense, and Ryder then got a public defender. Alan Jackson says in the filing he is ready and willing to represent Ryder if the funds become available. Stone ABC News.
Yeah, I would too for $1.5 million. Guilty. Okay, that'll be $1.5 million.
She was unaware of his crimes, according to closed-door testimony. You're listening to ABC News.
Gamma flip, 73.90. All right, let's see if we can follow through and get through this, huh? Let's see if we can't get through here. Be nice to get to back through 7,400. Anything else building here? Anything else building? Okay, nice little retracement, eh? 7405 is the next level now. 7405. That's 95 percentile. We're above this 7360. 7405 is the next level now. 7405.
Wranglers and Gladiators, 1.3 million of them from 121 to 25. Jeep urging owners to park outside, away from structures because the wiring around the steering could ignite. Strike averted at the World Cup site in LA. Concession workers, servers, bartenders, dishwashers have a deal now with SoFi Stadium. July's White House UFC match is being challenged in court. ABC's Peter.
All right, so we just moved up to 7405.
Shouldn't be able to bypass those normal channels. They've asked the judge in Washington, D.C. to issue a temporary restraining order as early as this week to block this from taking effect. Trump says he will not be at the next Spurs game at the Garden. He told a reporter last night that he's busy with a war. When he visited Presence last night, fans had to wait an hour to get past security just to see the Knicks' amazing win streak end. Spurs coach Mitch Johnson crediting the Aaron Fox for really pulling it on.
Okay, futures continue to rally up. Sneak Sally up. Let's go. LATSGO.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. Carol Masso, and she is in for Tim, who is out today. Coming up, we're looking at, first of all, a market bouncing around a little bit off its highs and lows of the day. Only major indice really in the green is the Dow Jones average, down more than 1% on the NASDAQ 100. We're going to talk about trade in just a moment. In the meantime, we're also going to get into what is the
Amazon.
days away on Friday with the SpaceX IPO. It's going to be the largest ever. It is something we've been talking about over 6
Sluggish little move here. All right. Feels like people taking profits off in the strength. I'll probably take a few more off here. I should take some more off, right? Don't want to overstay my welcome. Okay. They are for tomorrow, so it's not a big deal, but I'm going to go ahead and take these off. Come on. Come on, one more bounce. One more bounce. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Mining, M&A, and more. And of course, gold had a massive rally over the last few years, but it's actually down year to date.
right, so we're gonna talk to
Okay, S&P futures continue to grind higher. All the New York Fangs have turned up. Looks a lot better now on New York Fangs than they did earlier. That's for damn sure. So, what was that? GLW. Okay, GLW filled. I had a GLW trade on apparently. It just got filled limit. GLW. Let me see what GLW did. GLW. All right, so the New York Fang bounced nicely. GLW. Okay, back above the 50-day. Okay, I just got stopped. I got stopped out, but I have my limit order much higher. Hopefully we bounce and everybody can be happy with GLW. I got stopped and that's fine. That is fine. Okay, S&P, back to S&P. Very slow going here. Hedge flow still rising. $74.05. You can see that right there. All right, I'm just going to push this to the end here. Okay, so we're into this red zone. So volatility can pick up quite a bit in this area. Okay, I'm going to close the rest of these while the getting's good. Okay, so I'm out. Survey says, am I out? Am I out? S&P. Come on, one more push. I need to get out. One more push. Come on.
West Texas Intermediate crude just above 80 a barrel, down 3.5%. Barrel of Brent 91.44, down now by 3%. Barbara Reinhardt is Chief Investment Officer from both Asset Strategies and Solutions and Voya Investment Management. On surveillance this morning, she told us, yes, stocks do have more room to run.
we do watch a lot of the political developments.
Come on.
That we've at least seen in the headlines about AI data centers being built out. That's something that we're watching very closely for the AI trade. We're past this kind of indigestion period.
Okay, looks like we're going to fade a little bit, maybe. Okay, I'm out. Now I'm out. All right, I'm done. Okay, I'm out of S&P. I'm out of the S&P for now. Out of the S&P. All out. That was a nice ride. GE Healthcare, one sec. GE Healthcare, let's see, GE Healthcare. It's rising. Yes, a lot. Yeah, Tony, that looks good. GE Healthcare looks really good. I like it. Nice find. Tight Bollinger Band, just coming out of Bollinger Bands too. Just coming out of B-band. Squeeze. And at the 50-day. Should pop. 50-day.
Carol, and what we're seeing, or what I'm seeing, is that the companies are starting to converge around AI. If you go back 10, 15 years, they were very different companies. Tesla was trying to make larger cars and bring them into the mainstream.
Yes.
SpaceX was focused on reusable rockets, but Tesla and SpaceX have achieved those initial goals, and now the mission has really changed. They are both pitching themselves as AI companies, and they need each other. They have all of this overlap now, so they're coordinating on building a chip fab. There's just so many ways in which they are working together and overlapping. If you command F Tesla and the SpaceX S1, it is astonishing how many times the name Tesla comes up in that file. So I just think we're seeing more and more overlap, more sharing of resources, sharing of engineering talent. And then the big question is, okay, at what point do these two companies merge, right? Like, let's get through the SpaceX IPO first and see where the valuation settles. But I think everyone kind of is wondering, are SpaceX and Tesla going to merge? If so, when? What kind of timeline? Who would acquire who?
I'm wondering if you could kind of just talk through why the entanglement of the companies is something that investors need to be thinking about. Before you came on, Carol and I were just talking about, like, how are these two stocks going to trade? As an investor in Tesla, going to sell out of Tesla and buy SpaceX? Why are we all focused on?
All right, so S&P did fade a bit there, so didn't make it all the way back to 7,400. That's okay. I mean, this nice little run up here, I was scaling out along that way. We need to get back above 73.90. I know Brett will be talking about that tomorrow for the update, gamma update. 73.90, need to get back above that.
Remember it acquired XAI, which in turn had acquired X, which used to be Twitter. Like, you're hiding things like rock within this bigger company. And so how do you figure out revenue for those business units? It just gets a little murkier. And then with Tesla, as we have reported, like 1 in 5 Cybertrucks sold in the fourth quarter went to SpaceX and Elon's other companies. So what is the true demand for that vehicle? Is that vehicle going to stay in the lineup? So, there's just a lot of, I don't want to say robbing Peter to pay Paul. I think there's just a lot of synergies, a lot of overlaps, and leading to the true valuation for investors is just going to be increasingly tricky. I always think about that, right? And you guys go into it so well, Dana, in the story about, like, the accounting between all of these companies and whether or not we have a really clear view of the transactions between the different companies and the value, and then go back to the valuations. But do we have a real clear picture? Is that part of also investor concerns?
Okay, I'm pulling back now, S&P. All right, NVIDIA just rolled over, Microsoft, Apple. All right, profit taking. People are taking profits, quick to take profits.
Which has been amended at least twice. So they are starting to put a number value on, what did they spend on these Cybertrucks. So you are getting a little bit more insight there. But, some research shops like Morningstar, they came out with a really good analysis, and they think that the SpaceX valuation is more like $780 million. So there are definitely some skeptics out there about whether this whole vision is all going to work. And I think for so long, what we saw in the public markets was Tesla was the public company, the most valuable auto company in the world, and a lot of people saw SpaceX wrongly as like Elon's little side project. And like now it's all coming to fruition where like SpaceX is the company that Elon founded in 2002. It has been a private company for 24 years. They don't really need to do fundraising. Like, they are still fundraising, but as Elon said in his interview with Jamie Dimon last week, they're going to embark on a massive growth phase, and they need capital for that. So you're going to see the dynamic switch where SpaceX is going to come out of this IPO with a higher valuation than Tesla. What that means for investors in Tesla, I'm not really sure. But like SpaceX is going to be the bigger company. That's what they give them tomorrow on Friday. It's kind of wild, right? That is really wild. This is something
All right. Bitcoin. All right, that's going to turn.
The limitations of running a public company when you have such long-term goals. What changed in Musk's mind?
Yeah, so I've always, that's why I was
Low tick alert minus 800.
Low tick alert. All right, so the markets are messing around. Again, like we were saying earlier, if we get a bounce, use the opportunity to reduce your risk. I got stopped out of GLW. That was a risk adjustment there. What else? Apple. I got stopped out early on Apple. But Apple, I had the 310, 315s. Okay, we're way down here. I can always get back into Apple if it bounces down here near the 50 on a daily. All right.
People who have invested in Elon throughout the years have made a fortune, and that includes employees of his companies and their families. And so, you're just going to see a lot of, I think, investors see a lot of upside. I mean, there's definitely a lot of risk too, but like the risk is part of the award, right? Like he has like a risk profile that's way higher than any other CEO. Yeah, it's just kind of wild. If he pulls it off, what? We just got about 30 seconds. I mean, if he pulls all of this off, what will he have? There's no precedent.
All right, Apple's starting to bounce.
To run two trillion plus dollar companies simultaneously as the CEO and largest shareholder of both. I mean, it's just like we have no template for what that looks like. It's just going to be fascinating to see. I do imagine that something big might emerge. Right. So then the honest I'm just gonna say. Always. Bloomberg News senior reporter Donna Holt from San Francisco. Check it out. This story on the Bloomberg. Next time we're talking gold.
S&P is still down 49 handles. Hard to believe we're still that depressed, huh? 50 something here on the futures. 53 handles on the futures. We just pulled back. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Low tickle at -800.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide, learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k, tax and penalty free, go to goldenquestmetals.com/guide. That's goldenquestmetals.com/guide. We're looking at losses once again for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Last update, we had the Dow higher, but right now it is down 31 points, declining by under 0.1%. S&P down 55, remaining lower, down 0.7%. Nasdaq is down 407 points, a drop of 1.6%. The Nasdaq 100 index down now by 2%. All of this with the SOX lower by 4.2%. That is the Philadelphia Stock Exchange's semiconductor index. The 10-year 4.52%, with a 2-year 4.12%, the 30-year 5.01%. The VIX, by the way, holding just above 20. Spot gold down 1.8%, 42.53 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude 88.16 a barrel, down 3.4%. Brent crude down 3%, 91.47 a barrel for Brent crude. Wall Street, meanwhile, looking ahead to tomorrow morning's CPI report and how that will feed into next week's Fed decision, which will be the first meeting for Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. Liz Ann Saunders is Chief Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab, and she was the guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
We think the macro environment looks decent. Neither side of the Fed's mandate is suggesting they should be even considering easing policy here. And I think that's the right stance, but I think that's going to be the most fascinating thing is this first meeting and what Warsh has to say about how he's going to think about running the Fed.
Liz Ann Saunders of Charles Schwab interviewed this morning on Surveillance. So recapping, S&P 500 index down 0.8%. The Nasdaq 100 index down 2%. The VIX holding just about 20 with a 10-year at 4.52%. And spot gold today down 1.7%, bringing the year-to-date loss to 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Emily and Carol, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thanks so much. All right, folks, time for a conversation on commodities. It is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k, tax and penalty free, just head to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That is goldencrestmetals.com/guide.
And we're talking about the precious metal gold, which fell below $4,300 an ounce after Israel and Iran agreed to end attacks. Citigroup also lowered its 3-month target, Carol, for gold to $4,000 an ounce, citing the likelihood of a rate hike. And since a high back in late January, gold is down 21%. Our next guest has a front seat to it all. John McCluskey is president, CEO, and co-founder of Alamos Gold, joining us from the New York Stock Exchange. The stock is down about 11% year to date, but more than doubled last year and is up about 400% in the last 4 years. John, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you for joining us. So tell us about kind of what you see driving the gold market right now, and what's next?
Well, quite a lot changed after the war broke out against Iran. And that has really been the big influence on the whole dynamic of the way gold's been trading. Oil prices soared higher, gold prices came off. And frankly, the back and forth, it seems that one point the market is anticipating peace, and then the market anticipates perhaps not peace. Is it a truce? Is the truce over? That kind of uncertainty has certainly influenced the way that people have been trading both gold and oil. And so in the short term, it's a very, very difficult market to predict.
Yeah, I totally hear you. Well, it is interesting. Anybody who runs a company right now has to deal with some really big macro issues. When you look at this White House, do you have a line of communication to get a better idea of kind of what's still coming at us and try to get an idea of some of those macro conditions that in particular are going to impact your company?
Well, we certainly do. We keep a very close watch on things. I think we're well informed. But the reality is that your safest position in a market like this is to just have very very wide margins, and we do. We're a low-cost producer at these gold prices. We're generating phenomenal free cash flow from operations. We're our all-in sustaining costs are around $1,600 an ounce, and gold even after the pullback is still trading north of $4,200 an ounce. So we have very, very healthy margins, and it's very profitable, and it's one of the fastest growing gold mining companies in the world. All our assets are in very politically safe jurisdictions. The majority of our assets are in Ontario, Canada. We also have an asset in Mexico, Manitoba, Canada. But these are very safe places to operate. They're safe places to build reserves, and we've been aggressively building reserves over the last few years. So, our business remains very, very sound, and I don't really anticipate any problems whatsoever on that front. But in terms of trying to predict where the gold price is going, that is quite difficult to do in the short term. But if you take a long-term chart on gold, like a 5-year chart or a 10-year chart, we're very clearly in a bull market. The general is still very, very definitely in upward direction. I recently attended the Bank of America Merrill Lynch conference in Miami, and their chief economic forecaster is going for over $6,000 gold. And that's not typical in the market. Generally, the banks keep relatively conservative positions on commodities like gold. But I would say that that's more indicative of where things are going than anything else.
So that longer-term bull market in gold, what is it telling you about the macro environment? Because oftentimes investors look to gold as a safe haven, a place that they want to go when they don't.
All right, nice little bounce. Okay. So, when we showed you this chart, you recall the red in the background, right? So the red in the background is telling you, look for higher volatility. And that's exactly what happened. So it was good to see. Good to see that played out. Okay, the red zone. Nice V-shaped recovery, though. Got about almost 50% back, right?
Much more on domestic policy, what's going on in terms of the debt situation.
Okay. All we need is a couple of more upgrades on CBRS. Just need a couple more upgrades. How many upgrades do we have? Let's see. CBRS. Question. How many upgrades have been issued in the past week?
Right. I think that what Americans have to contend with is the fact that nobody is interested in cutting the cost of government. Expenditures just to rise and rise and rise. But interest now is the number one cost for any government. It's exceeded over $1 trillion a year. That's never been the case before. The deficit continues to grow at $1 trillion every 100 days. I mean, these are crazy numbers. And, what concern Americans is, will anybody ever address that problem? If not, what will be the fate of the dollar? I think that is a concern to Americans. I think that's one of the reasons why gold price is doing well. Why the gold commodity is doing well and the gold price is doing well. There will be more demand for gold. There's a very limited amount of gold. Demand for that will continue to rise. People will be buying gold not just as some sort of temporary offset of their investment portfolio, but as a store of value for the long term.
John, so do you think we're at this moment in time? I mean, we've had a lot of conversations here on this table about, dollar dominance or not so much, and yet folks keep reminding me, that the U.S. market is so deep, the dollar-based assets have so much liquidity, and again, in the market, so that you continue to see kind of international investments and interest. But in general, the dollar, do you think, in terms of dollar dominance, that era is definitely over, and it's just a case it's going to be different? And I'm not saying it just falls off a cliff, but it's a different world going forward.
Yeah, that's quite the point. I think the dollar dominance is by no means over. I think the dollar is still very clearly the dominant currency in the world. It's still the world reserve currency. But to ignore the fact that the dollar is being undermined by government policy is to ignore the obvious. And I think to ignore the fact that other countries in the world are losing.
All right, so Zebra Systems, Cerberus, 0 actual upgrades have been issued. However, instead of upgrades, Wall Street firms unleashed a massive flood of brand new analyst initiations. They went public. Initiations, not upgrades. Every single major bank released its very first simultaneously. Okay. Sentiment is overwhelmingly bullish, creating a strong consensus right now out of the gate. Total of 10 analysts have initiated coverage on CBRS over the last 48 hours. Okay, so Cerberus. Okay, that looks good. That's good. All right, good to know. Cerberus, FYI.
Primary reason why I think equities make a lot of sense because equities like Alamos Gold, we did pull it. We doubled our dividend in the first quarter. You can, in other words, have exposure to gold and basically make up for the opportunity cost that you would generally lose if you held the metal by holding the gold equity. But in the main, when people think of gold, they're thinking about that. So rising interest rates usually mean people will shift from the commodity gold into treasuries and other interest-bearing instruments. That's an obvious thing. But the question is, are interest rates going to be rising in an inflationary environment? What will be the ultimate impact of this war the longer it continues? And I think that very clearly there are inflationary pressures coming to bear, and that is not going away. So will the rising interest rates be enough to counter the inflationary pressures? And that inflation is undermines the value of the dollar.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's what makes it all different.
John, we've got to run. Thank you so much. John Bosky, President, CEO, and co-founder of Alamos Gold.
Over the last 48 hours. Wow, that's good. Okay, so key metrics and targets. Median target is 290. Highest target is 340, Citigroup. Lowest target, 250, Morgan Stanley. Okay, that looks good. Very interesting. CBRS. Okay, turn in the corner. We go to 60-minute.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at losses for the U.S. stock market. Fresh wave of selling sweeping through global equity markets. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all in the red. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. S&P right now at 73.42. It is down 63. A decline here of 0.8%. An escalation in the Middle East colliding with mounting anxiety over tech stocks. The Dow had been positive earlier in the hour, now down 108, drop there of 0.2%. The real damage today is what is happening with tech stocks, specifically the Nasdaq 100 index. It is down by 2%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 1.7%. And the SPACEX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, now lower by 4.1%. The VIX holding just above 20 with a 10-year at 4.52%, the 2-year 4.12%, and the 30-year currently yielding 5.01%. Gold, we were just discussing gold, down 1.8% right now, 42.52 the ounce. And should point out that year-to-date gold is now negative, down 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude just above $88 a barrel. It is down 3.3%. Barrel of Brent, the global benchmark at 91.48. Brent crude down now by 2.9%. Tough day for semiconductors. Case in point, Marvell, it is down 10.7%. Qualcomm down 7.2%. ARM Holdings trading lower by 7%. NVIDIA down 1.4%. Advanced Micro Devices lower by 5.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your
Okay, what do we got? 18 minutes to go. 18 minutes.
Bloomberg
S&P. Okay. Yeah, the gamma over here I showed you earlier, this redness over here, this is where volatility picks up. Whenever you see red at the end of the day, you know that, you can gauge where am I versus where that end of day red negative gamma is. And I can show you this by zooming out actually. Okay, so if I go back to 10 o'clock. All right, 10 o'clock, you can see the screen was totally purple, but yet we were dropping off because we had bad news about that Black Hawk that got shot down over the Strait of Hormuz. The markets continued to trade. Okay, we were watching gamma, and then over on the right, if you watch with your left eye, look at this over here on the left. With your right eye, look over there, like Marty Feldman. Just go cross-eyed. Now watch that red starts to show up. Let's see, where did it show up? That negative gamma. Okay, so negative gamma started to show up right around the time the markets hit the low. Okay, so that started to build over there. You see it? Starts to build. Okay, by the time we got to like 1 o'clock, we really started to notice a big change in the markets. Gamma started to turn. So the point is that tomorrow, use this kind of thinking to maybe create a nice trade on the S&P 500. We'll cover it. We'll look at it the same way we always do. But this was really good. This was a giveaway. We saw this red, and it's like that told us to look for like a 50% retracement would put us right back around 73.90 to 7,400. So that's why I took the 7,400, 74.10s. I could have taken at the money. That would have cost a lot more. I wasn't really willing to put up a lot more money, only because I wasn't confident the markets weren't going to roll over. Okay, so it was just a decision I made to go 7,400. It turned out to be a good trade nonetheless. All right, and you can see the red just keeps building as the time goes by. Here we are at 2:20. Okay, coming into the 3 o'clock hour, 2:30. All right, 3 o'clock. You can see it's really red now. So the markets get really volatile, right? So if I zoom in here, now watch this. As we start to proceed in the red zone, look what happens to price action. Look how quickly it moves. See that? When we move into the red zone, price action starts to get really volatile. Big moves. Big moves. Okay. So all that negative gamma is creating a lot of volatility as the dealers and the markets are trading. So hope that made a little bit of sense on what's going on in the markets right now and why we got these big whipsaws back and forth. So when it's purple, if it's purple, the markets are purple, you just got to finish turning the corner. So let me just put it this way. Okay, let's say it is, obviously this is in hindsight, but around 12 o'clock, 12:20, we started to hear some news that maybe sounded a little bit less worrisome. Okay, and you start to watch for hedge flows to turn. Okay, once the hedge flows start to turn, we're paying attention to what's going over here on the left. Notice at 125, 130, there was hardly anything overhead to stop price action if it bounced. You can see where we made it right through this 7,300 level, right? 7,300, that node right there. We made it right back through there. So now we're thinking, even if you missed it right around this time, you could have taken something. I took 7,400 only because I was looking for it to retrace 50% right back up into this area. And this red zone was starting to pick up. So as we proceed, we can see the hedge flow line down at the bottom down there. That's the hedge flow line. That's the dealers. That's the dealers. Hero. It's called Hero. Hedging impact. Hedging impact of real-time options. The hedging impact of real-time options. That's what it stands for, Hero. So anyway, Hero is turning up. I just call it the hedge flow line because you know what? That's the dealers. You can basically know what the dealers are doing. They're buying futures and They're buying futures and S&P, a basket S&P positions, because they got these negative deltas that they have to deal with as price action starts to move higher. That creates like a tailwind. You can see the hedge flow turn up, and that was a really nice move. Even if you caught it, halfway through here, even if you caught it right in this area, which is where we saw it. Yeah, that was a nice move there from 7,300 all the way up to 73. How far did we get? We got right there to 73.90. 7,300, 73, 90 points. Even if you got 45 points out of that, you take a hedge or you take a spread. The spread doesn't cost you much, but it lets you participate. If you buy at the money options, they're going to cost you 25, 30 bucks on a 0 day, I don't know. The choice is yours. I like to take spreads when the markets are more risky, as they've been the last few days. 2% moves. So it's just a choice you make. How much do you want to risk versus how much do you want to be right in the direction and, make a profit. Anyway, so here we are at the end of the day, coming into the end of the day, and we're just kind of penning in this area now. We're right here. You see where we're penning up against this level here at 73.55-ish, just below it. All right, so as usual, the president says something, then the Iranian news sources say something else. You got Bloomberg and those bloviating idiots. I call them idiots because all they do is just waste your energy. You don't get much in the way of actionable setups where stocks, they actually talk about a stock, they talk to a CEO. You see what what action we've got in the stock or whatever. Okay, here's a high tick alert. Okay, cool. Let's stop bloviating here, Benny. All right, so this is probably dealers just covering their positions towards the end of the day. We got 10 minutes left. All right, I wouldn't look at this as being anything unusual. I don't see any news coming across right now. So, today's done, basically. Put a fork in it. Okay, if you manage to gain a little bit out of this market today, good. Lost a little bit in the last hour or so. That's all right. There's always tomorrow. We've touched, the good thing is we touched the 50 EMA, right? We touched the 50 EMA. That's the 50 SMA. Let me change this to the EMA. 50 EMA. Come on. 50 EMA. Where is the, okay, I guess I have to go over here and do it here. All right, so I'm here. Here. I don't change the indicators very much. 50. 50. Settings. Where'd it go? Why isn't this popping up? Okay. Trading view is not opening. Let me see. Oops. Shoot. All right. I just blew that. Oh, you know what? Let me just change it. I saved it. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let me just go here. Indicators. Moving averages. Moving. High tick alert. Okay. That might be more than just shorts, the dealers covering. Moving average. Exponential. Why isn't it let me adjust it? 9. Close. Settings. Huh. I don't know. I'm not used to using TradingView that much. As you can tell, I'm kind of like, let's see. Okay, I'll figure this out later. Let's see. Let me go to a different chart. Let me go to the 100. Okay. Okay, this is 50. Let me see if I can change it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It's not letting me do anything. All right.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
All right. S&P 500. 50. I just know the 50 EMA is going to be closer. Okay. All right, we got, what do we have? 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Coming into the closing bell. 6 minutes to go. Less than 6 minutes to go. Futures. Yeah, we're right flat at VWAP.
Down 1.5%, Emily, about 450 points to the downside. But you keep pointing out, I think it's really smart. Look at the S&P 500. You've got a lot more names actually gaining today despite the overall downward moving index. Yeah,
Home Depot. Let's see what Home Depot is doing. Home Depot. We'll look to do something with Home Depot tomorrow. If it gets through the 50-day tomorrow, Home Depot, over there on the right, if Home Depot gets above the 50-day, that blue line, we'll probably do something with Home Depot. If I forget, just remind me, okay? I don't bite. You know, maybe you're a new member and you're afraid to ask me questions and stuff. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to bite. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Shoot, if you can learn one or two good skills, being here a member at the closing print, if you can one or two skills, that can make all the difference in your trading over your lifetime. I'll give you a couple. We got a couple minutes to go. I'll give you a couple. All right. So let's look at all right. So we're starting out. We don't know what the hell to look for. All right. So let's take a look at the S&P 500. S&P 500. Okay. The market has been lower, but I notice that they have a wick. That's interesting. All right. So first thing I see, S&P 500 got a wick on the bottom of that candle. So I'm going to look at the 60-minute. Got a nice little bounce. And if I do a retracement on this, that's a 5% move from 76.20 down to this low. That's a little bit more than 5%. Why does that matter? Because analysts are constantly telling you, okay, we're only expecting 2 to 3%, but they say 5% a lot, 5% and 10%. So those numbers are something that should always stick in your head, just like the 20 and the 50-day, right? 9 EMA, 50-day, 20-day, whatever. So once you get to the 60-minute, then you start looking at, okay, what does a 1 minute look like? Look at the 1 minute. You look at almost any chart when the markets are becoming bullish or bearish. You look at RSI, it tells you it's either overbought or oversold during the day. 1 minute chart on S&P. If you had bought over here when we first started to notice this was changing direction and the news was getting a little bit softer, you could have picked up the 7,400, 7,410s when we did and made some nice change there. All right, it's starting to turn back up again. All right, so that's the 1 minute chart. All right, so let's apply that to say, we've got 2 minutes left. Let's apply that to a stock that everybody likes. Let's say Tesla, all right? So Tesla. So we know the market's bounced intraday. Tesla bounced. Let's look at Tesla. All right, Tesla got oversold. At around 12 o'clock, started to turn up. You might be squeamish about taking a long here, but if it gets above the red line starts to turn. You put a stop underneath that level right there. and try it. See if it works. The 1 minute chart, 60 minute still has a little room to run. It needs to get back above the 60 minute for me to do anything more than just a day trade. I would only want to day trade this. I wouldn't want to swing trade it, only because it's not above the 60 minute and it's not trending like over here. So if I was going to swing trade Tesla, I'd be looking for this condition on the left side of the screen over here. Look for the prices to move above the 20 MA, and it keeps respecting. Every time it pulls back to the 20 MA, it respects it. That's what you're looking for if you're a swing trader. And if you're short, this is what you're looking for. Rejection at the 20 MA and rolling over. Okay, that's the 60 minute. Let's look at another chart. NVIDIA starting to go. So maybe you're thinking about NVIDIA, right? With a minute and 30 seconds to go. NVIDIA almost ready to get back above the 20 MA, but it is in a downtrend. Let's look at the daily. We know the markets also saw a bounce. Buyers at the low of the day on the S&P 500, right? S&P 500. We got a bounce. That's good. We're looking at the number of stocks going into the close is 364 stocks. 368 stocks advancing. So that's more than 50%. We know that junk bonds look good. Okay, junk bonds look good. They're a doji. It's all right. Look at advanced decline. That's moving higher. We know because we just saw 360 stocks advancing. S&P's higher, mid caps, small caps, but NASDAQ is kind of lagging. That's telling me that the S&P, the 360 stocks advancing, exclude the big cap tech. Big cap tech is what's holding us back, but the S&P is rising. So I want to trade stocks that are in sectors that are moving. So I would go to healthcare, and I see healthcare is pretty busy. So I'd be looking at healthcare stocks like J&J, Abbott Labs, stuff like that. And if you just do that, if you missed any of that, just go back to 3:50 p.m. Go back to the video. Cut that piece out of the video and just record it if you have that capability, and just learn how to analyze the markets real quick. And I'm sure you're going to make a lot more money in the future if you just think this way. Where's the money flowing? Okay, so I got to get out of here, folks. I got a dinner tonight for my son's birthday. In this family, we celebrate birthdays for a week at a time. We go the week before, the weekend before, the weekend after, and in between, we got all these things that we do intra week. So my son's at Top Golf right now playing with his friends, having a good time. He's got my car, and we're going out to dinner tonight. So have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, June the 9th, 4 p.m. straight up, closing bell. Stick with us. If you're a new member, stick with us a couple of weeks. You'll learn some valuable skills. Trust me, you'll learn some valuable skills, and maybe you start to turn your trading around if you've had difficulty. Maybe that's why you joined. Okay. We have a great group of members too. So a lot of people that are willing to answer your questions in the trading room. If you don't ask me, ask them. A lot of people will respond. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.